you might share, there's no compare. I adore you. Ooh, I adore you. I came first, but you're ahead beyond your years. People try to find this thing you've always been. I adore you. Ooh, I adore you. When prayer answered, you walk through life just like a dancer. If I had my way, every day would be a parade. When prayer answered, you walk through life just like a dancer. If I had my way, every day would be a parade. Ooh, I adore you. Ooh, I adore you. And I pray you never lose your star. I'm so proud of all that you are. Ooh, I adore you. Ooh, I adore you. I adore you. Ooh, I adore you. When prayer answered, you walk through life just like a dancer. If I had my way, every day would be a parade. When prayer answered, you walk through life just like a dancer. If I had my way, every day would be a parade. Ooh, I adore you. Ooh, I adore you. Ooh, I adore you. Ooh, I adore you. And I pray you never lose your star. I'm so proud of all that you are. Ooh, I adore you. Ooh, I adore you. I adore you. Ooh, I adore you.
Stop moving, I will not stop, 'cause I'm stop moving, I will not stop, 'cause I'm stop moving, I will not stop, 'cause I'm all the way alive with so much juice. So stop moving, I will not stop, 'cause I'm stop moving, I will not stop, 'cause I'm stop moving, I will not stop, 'cause I'm
Ooh, I adore you. Ooh, I adore you. Ooh, I adore you. Ooh, I adore you. Ooh, I adore you.
all the way,
man, it's just one of those days. I mean, everything's going wrong, but it's up to me to turn that around, just like it is up to anyone. So if we just think about the good, ignore the bad, we could turn this around. Plus, no matter what, I got summer on the inside. I got summer on the inside. So if we just think about the good, ignore the bad, we could turn this around. Plus, no matter what, I got summer on the inside.
Party people at top. I'm a party people at, what day is it? Monday? It's Monday, everyone.
Yeah,
it's
man,
Monday
it's
at 6:15 Pacific time here in sunny French Polynesia.
Up to anyone.
And it's time to start. Ah! Somehow that always happens. So I don't bother doing intros. Because it always breaks. Okay, that works. Now, hold on. Why is my camera working like that? Not like this. Okay, video. There. Heck. All right.
I got summer on the inside.
I don't know. For some reason, my video always wants to change. Okay. Hi. Hello. Hello. How are we doing? You guys hear from Hannah EINBINDER? I love that you're saying you guys because it is me. I am part of the guys in the you guys. I don't know. I have to message Hassan. I'm not kidding you. I will be breaking into his home if he's like, no, it's going to be weird. It's going to be weird if I have you on the stream. I'm like, first of all, you won't know how to speak to her. You should beat him up. Oh, don't worry. I will. Don't you all worry. At the very least, I'm going to show up and be like, hey, so nice to meet you. Let's be friends and smoke cigarettes together. I saw her pictures she posted after the Emmys. They're like black and white photos of her smoking cigarettes. I'm like, I have never seen someone before and been like, I know we would get along. I just know we'd have a lot to talk about. Anyway, now you guys know, though. Now you know what it's like being me. At least a little bit. Where for months and months, probably at this point, probably like over a year at this point. Over a year, I've said to him, hey, You should reach out to Hannah EINBINDER. I know she follows you. She's posted your stuff before. She's super cool. Also, she's on one of the best shows, in my opinion, Hacks. Y'all know I have been a Hack stan since day one. Since day one. And I said, you need to try to connect with her. Because this is what I will do whenever I see him. I go through his Instagram and I see who follows him. Or I'll like look up. And I'm like, hey, this person's really cool. They're also super talented, great politics. You should have them on the stream. And then obviously I will be there. That's what Fear Ann does as well. They will use Hassan to connect to people that they want to bring on the podcast that he's like, who is that? I don't know. And they're like, it's fine that you don't know. No one cares. No one cares whether or not you know. By the way, Margot Robbie loves you, me, and Anon specifically. Margot Robbie to the Babylon fans, if you love Babylon, I love you. And we think alike when it comes to movies. I love how many times that she has kind of made statements about Babylon, speaking to the fact that Babylon did not get the flowers it deserved. She'll say things like, one day I think people will appreciate that film more. And you know what? I agree. And unfortunately, here's my theory. Because Margot Robbie and Babylon was just so not appreciated. It was misunderstood. It did not get its flowers. That is what has led to Margot Robbie doing Emerald Fennell's Wuthering Heights adaptation. Set her on the wrong path. I don't think you want to think like her when it comes to movies if she thought starring in Wuthering Heights was a good idea. I don't think it was her idea. I think she was kidnapped. I think she was forced into it. That's what I'm going with. Have you seen The Long Walk? I have not seen The Long Walk, but you know how I've had on my radar for a minute. I will be watching The Long Walk. David Johnson. Watch out for this guy, y'all. Watch out. David Johnson. You might have seen him in Alien Romulus last year. You might have seen him in Rylane. Probably not. Probably Alien Romulus. You might have seen him in Industry. Maybe. He's a rising star. He is so good. I cannot wait to see him in The Long Walk. I've already seen him getting tons and tons of praise. People being like, Long Walk is great, but also David Johnson is like a standout. As he also was in Romulus. For me, he was the best part of Romulus. Anyway, watch out for him. He's gonna be a fucking star, baby. You're gonna be a star. Zio, thank you for the 32 months. Charlie fans are not sending their best. I don't know what you could be referring to. You're in the wrong place, libtard. Go back to Blue Sky with our own kind, the losers. Ay, ay, ay. Look, they are mourning, okay? You have to give them a break. They just know that they're supposed to be yelling at people online right now, so. Frank, thank you for the 20 months. Hannah, thank you for the 12 months. Tiny Zucchini. I love Tiny Zucchini, which means that there's giant zucchini. To have tiny zucchini means that also there's the existence of giant zucchini. Thank you for the 3 months. Have you seen Nosferatu? You must bounce on it crazy style. Yes, I did see Nosferatu. Didn't love it. Wasn't one of my faves from last year. I love how the people who constantly complain about cancel culture are now openly embracing canceling people for opinions. Yes. Oh, yeah. We'll be talking about that. Unfortunately for my chatters who hate when I read articles, all she does is read articles. All she does is read. Some of us can't read. You're rubbing it in our faces. I have a couple articles I will be reading. Sorry, sue me. Sue me. So we will be talking about that. We'll be talking about the Emmys. We'll be talking about all that good stuff. And you know, let me just go back to Hannah Einbinder for a second. Okay. Let me just go back. I am seeing so many people go, who is she? I'm like, she is Hannah Einbinder. If you don't know, now you know. And if you haven't watched Hacks, now you should go watch Hacks. She is her. Do you guys experience that about, am I being parasocial? Where you are like, have been singing the praises of somebody for a really long time. You're like, this person's awesome. They're really great. They should be, or people should be paying attention to their work and also to just to what they're doing outside of their artistic work. Yeah. I can't believe she would openly support a terrorist organization at such a big event. The Eagles need to be stopped. Yeah, I gotta say, probably the L take from Hannah that I've seen. Go Birds. I'm sorry. As a Jets fan, I think I'm obligated to say boo. I do condemn the Eagles. I do. I don't even know if that's a rivalry or not. Wait, wasn't there a clip of me where I was like, go Birds, when the Chiefs and Birds were playing each other? I don't know. Whatever. They're all the same. Do we need to roll back the clip where you say go Birds? You know what, actually? Post that clip online, make it go viral, tag Hannah Einbinder, and be like, you guys have so much in common. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. You guys are getting along so well. Oh, actually, we're not Jets fans anymore because Jets also did a memorial. They did a tribute. So I had to text Will and be like, I'm sorry, but it's over. I live in Southeast Pennsylvania. If I said anything about the Eagles, I'd cease to exist. Oh, we know. We know how it goes. 4 teams didn't, and they all won. I do not think that is a coincidence. I do not think that's a quinkadink. I think you very much should read into that. Baltimore didn't. You should join us. Well, I am from Baltimore. Well, not really, but sometimes I like to say that I am. I was born there. I was born in the Dirty B. That's what we call it. We call it Dirty B. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. I spent about 4 or 5 years there. First 4 or 5 years of my life. In the Dirty B. CL30, thank you for the tier 1. How was your Borderlands experience after sleeping on it? Okay, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I was very tired. And so I was very tired. Also, the game kept crashing, which was a bit of a bummer, but otherwise I enjoyed it. I had fun. I don't think I quite got a handle on it. I would need to play some more. I started to figure out a few things, and then the game crashed again, and I knew Will was almost done with his sponsor, so I was like, you know what? I'll just call it here. Call it here. The Vikings also didn't do a tribute. You should ask him how they did. Who, Austin? Did they? Well, I'm a Vikings fan now, I guess. So, anywho, I'm wondering if we get into I wonder if we get into talking about the Emmys first, or yeah, you know what? Let's start with the Emmys. No, we agreed you're a Ravens fan. Oh, right. Yes. That's Baltimore, right? Yeah. Yes, I am. Okay. The Emmys. I know, dude. I saw so many tweets. So I saw a tweet that was like, it was like Sydney Sweeney's color is red. And someone was like, yeah, we know, girl. 200,000 likes. Surprised she made it considering the recent loss of her close friend. I will be honest. The Sydney Sweeney jokes on the Emmys red carpet were pretty funny. Okay. So we talked about the Emmys some last night, but I said I was going to do a full recap tonight. And I think the biggest thing that I've seen like discourse-wise about the Emmys is obviously Hannah Einbinder. Because she said, go birds, fuck ICE, and free Palestine. And that has spurred a bunch of angry Zionists, especially ones who feel that they know more about being Jewish than a Jewish woman who explicitly has said over and over again that Israel is separate from the identity that is being Jewish. And yet we got another opinion piece. We got, sir, another really awful guest column piece has hit the Hollywood Reporter. If you will remember, after the Grammys, when Chappell Roan gave her great speech after she won Best New Artist, and she essentially was calling out the studios for not supporting artists and wrapped healthcare up in there. It was not written by the same hack. So Jeff Rabon wrote the one on Chappell Grown. Chappell Grown, the misguided rhetoric of an instant industry insider. The Grammy winner for Best New Artist gets respect and true appreciation for her creativity and gumption, but is far too green and uninformed to be the agent of change she aspires to be today. Yeah, and then if you will also remember, Jeff Rabon was a former music executive. Okay. He was a label executive, and it's no wonder that he did not like Chappell Grown's little speech. So the one that was written last night was by Hen Mazzig. You may know Hen Mazzig is one of the worst Israeli propagandists on the internet. If you know who Matt Bernstein is, he's amazing. So if you don't know who he is, you should learn who Matt is. Hen has a deranged obsession with Matt Bernstein. Matt is also Jewish, and he is anti-Zionist and is very, very outspoken. And Hen is deranged. I have talked to Matt Bernstein about Hen Mazzig's deranged obsession with him. And now I'm sure this is not the first time that Hen Mazzig has written about Hannah. Make no mistake, he is going to laser focus now. He is going to obsessively talk about her. Like, get a job, stay away from her, and get a job that's not being a mouthpiece for Israel, that's not being a propagandist. So something that I have to bring up again. If you're like the Hollywood Reporter, what's going on? Why do they keep allowing the worst fucking people to write these opinion pieces, these guest column pieces? What? Okay, well, remember that the Hollywood Reporter is owned by Penske Media Corporation. Penske Senior is right-wing. Okay, he's a billionaire. He was, in 2016, one of the conservative billionaires who was anti-Trump, but then Donald Trump gave him like the Presidential Medal of Freedom or something like that. And then he was like, great, I love Trump. He donated $1 million to his reelection campaign. He is just another billionaire who is Team Trump. So that Penske Senior, his son is Jay Penske, and Jay Penske is the CEO now of Penske Media Corporation. And his whole thing was that he's like, all of these media companies that are under the Penske umbrella, we are going to be neutral in our politics. We are going to, like, it's bullshit, right? Neutrality is not neutrality. Neutrality is on the side of the oppressor. So what's been happening with Penske and all of the companies and all the media companies that are under Penske is, like a lot of media, it has been shifting over to the right. And recently, Penske also bought a percentage in South by Southwest. South by Southwest is the film festival in Austin.
F5s, go birds, and free Palestine.
Yes, true. Yasan, thank you for the 8 months. Danny, thank you for the 11 months. Mikale, thank you for the prime. Okay, so South by Southwest is like the film festival in Austin, and it's always prided itself on being being a bastion for progressive values and beliefs and honoring like indie cinema and yada yada. So now Penske owns a stake in South by Southwest, and that's when they had like the Army. That's why they had the Army sponsor this year, which people were outraged over. South by Southwest has really started to change since Penske came in and bought a percentage of the they own a percentage of South by Southwest now. So this has just been happening across the board with companies that now are owned by Penske. And so there are industry insiders and people who work at various Penske-owned publications who have attested to the fact that, yes, there is absolutely more of a push now towards like a conservative vibe, moving away from championing progressive causes, being more on the liberal left side of things, and instead trying to just be more conservative, like a lot of media. Okay. So that's who owns the Hollywood Reporter. And that's why you get pieces like this. That's why you get like during the strikes, they were dropping articles in Deadline, Variety, Hollywood Reporter that had an anti-worker slant that was more pro of the studios. So here is the fucking piece that Hen Mazig wrote. No, Hannah, that wasn't brave. True courage would have meant calling for peace, for coexistence, for the humanity of both Israelis and Palestinians, even if it risked boos instead of applause, writes Israeli activist Hen Mazig. Already immediately opinion denied. Israeli activist? Hell no. Hell no. Here's the thing that's telling off the bat, okay? Off the bat. True courage would have meant calling for peace. Saying the words free Palestine for Zionists, for pro-Israel propagandists like Hen Mazig, is not calling for peace because they do not actually care and advocate for the safety and freedom of Palestinians. So it's the same thing as like Black Lives Matter, where they'll go, oh, Black Lives Matter, but all lives matter, don't they? Isn't that interesting? So you think Black Lives Matter only. And so they twist and turn and have a very, they have a just gross way of trying to reinterpret what Free Palestine means, which is why they say shit like this. That Israeli documentary won People's Choice documentary at TIFF. Yeah, that's great. Oh, but wait a second. Wait until you hear Hen talk in the piece about how Man, oh man, everybody's just free Palestine these days, aren't they? That's just the trendy thing to do. Larry Big Bird, thank you for the 9 months. Also, let me turn, I think my clips were still off from last night. Hold on. Hold on a second. Okay. Cool. Hacks is ending next season. She literally risked her future career to speak up, brave as hell. Yeah, man. And I think it's noteworthy too that it's not a call for, you know, it's not a call for like, oh, we need safety and this is a humanitarian crisis. Like, she and Javier Bardem were very specific in identifying exactly what is happening: apartheid, genocide, etc. Who is responsible for it? Israel. And what needs to happen? Freeing of Palestine. Ending the genocide, freeing Palestine. So now, right now, in September of 2025, we're coming up on 2 years, almost 2 years of a ceaseless genocide. The specificity of calls to action, the specificity in talking about Israel and Palestine is what needs to be happening. And I somebody else tweeted about this, Mohammed Al-Kur did. What's refreshing about Javier Bardem and Hannah Einbinder's statements is that they weren't vague or preemptively defensive, nor did they reduce the genocide to a faceless humanitarian crisis. They denounced the culprit unequivocally and named what justice demanded: sanctions. I'm rarely impressed with celebrity displays of solidarity, not due to suspicions of opportunism or whatnot, but because so often they are painfully timid and hesitant, concealing their political stances with euphemisms or softening them with disclaimers and both sidesism, or refusing to name the perpetrators. These silly linguistic tricks meant to appease all sides end up rendering well-intentioned gestures hollow and perfunctory. Such reticence does nothing to raise the ceiling and is a complete waste of social capital. In the case of Bardem and Einbinder, however, it wasn't the kafia or ceasefire pin that were impressive. It was Bardem's full-throated, explicit call for commercial and diplomatic blockade and also sanctions on Israel. It was Einbinder's free Palestine instead of the feeble women, children, etc., i.e., instead of taking the easy route of talking about Gaza as if it's an unfortunate natural disaster, she opted for adopting the slogan of our movement, a slogan rooted in anti-colonial struggle for land and liberation, coupling it with the local struggle against ICE, and later denouncing Israel as an ethno-nationalist state that must be exiled outside of American Jewry. It was the choice to use their few minutes on stage or talking to the press to move beyond the symbolism of the pin and the scarf and into some form of tangible action, albeit limited to their field, vowing to cut ties with those complicit in genocide. Yes, absolutely. Hannah talks a lot on social media. She's very, very active. She's also wrote this: no, Zionism is actually not just the idea of Jewish self-determination. Johnny Greenblatt, head of ADL. It is a settler colonial political project predicated upon the colonization of the land of Palestine to create a Jewish majority, wherein Jews have more rights than Palestinians. This is apartheid. This genocide we are watching unfold is necessary for Zionism to thrive. This is why I personally hate the term liberal Zionist. It absolves the identifier of acknowledging the actual definition of the system designed to kill Palestinians and colonize their land. It is why I identify as anti-Zionist. I would be and am against the colonization of Palestine when the British did it before 1948 and also after, when the land was handed to Zionists. No matter who the settler class was, I would be against them. Okay, so let me show her full speech. First, let me show the speech, and then I'll get back to the stupid ass. No, Hannah Einbinder, that was not brave.
"40 years ago tonight,
Also, I have come to my conclusion, Nate Bargatze was not a good host. Now, the host role at an award show these days is pretty thankless. There's a reason that a lot of people don't want to do it. It used to be dominated by stand-up and late-night comedians, and now it is hard for the shows to find somebody to host. He was not good. And I think choosing him and his aversion to anything political, which is like, look, he's a comedian who doesn't do politics, okay? He's family friendly. He's inoffensive. His whole thing is, I'm like a goofy, silly guy, dad in Tennessee. I felt like the Emmys, I felt like things felt off at this Emmys for a couple of reasons. But one being, I thought Nate Bargatze did a bad job hosting. And that's also because when there is so much that is happening in the world, and when you are an award show for television being a medium, being a part of popular culture that is addressing, that is taking a look at things that are happening in the world, namely the show Adolescence, which nobody talked about. Nobody talked about the relevance of the material in Adolescence with what just happened this past week, with things that, have been going on in American politics. So it felt very, hey, there's a massive elephant in the room that a lot of people seem terrified to have even a hint of a mention. And so Nate had one joke. Nate had one joke. We can watch the opening, but his joke was the charity bit. So basically what he did was the joke was, oh, everybody knows that these speeches go on for forever. And so we're going to donate $100 to the Boys and Girls Club. And for every celebrity that goes off after over their allotted 45 seconds for their speeches, we're going to deduct from the $100,000 that we are donating. And obviously it was a joke, but it just wasn't very good. As the night went on, a 3-hour show, the joke just fell flatter and flatter. And the problem was not the speeches as far as time. And with the exception of like Adrian Brody and other individuals, speeches at award shows, it's not a time issue. The time issue is actually usually the host, the little bits they do in between, and the presenters. And so because they were rushing the nominees and the winners, the presenter bits felt even longer and felt even more awkward. And you could tell with a lot of people, especially I would say like the first 60% of the show, they were like, oh, okay, I'm trying to rush. And that's bad. Like that's not good energy in the room. And it did not work as a bit. And so once they got to like the last third, I think people kind of were like, you know what, fuck this time thing. Obviously they're not going to not donate this money. And then at the end they were like, oh, well, surprise, surprise. CBS is going to donate $350,000. Anyway, I just thought that the bit was not good. It didn't work. It was his one joke. I felt his hosting all around was really uninspired. Yeah, not good. Not good. And what was the other thing I was going to say on that? Oh, and I think Nate Bargatze just didn't know. He didn't know how to build much comedy outside of this bit, which is why this bit just dominated the whole show because of the desire to not be political at all, to like make sure that it's not at all controversial, that we're not, Charlie Kirk was just assassinated, so can't tell jokes, can't do anything that even feels like it's a joke about our oppressive political environment. And so when that is what you're coming in with, when you're like, I am going to be as non-controversial, the most apolitical, then when you have this one bit, you're relying on it, and it just didn't work. It was not good.
Golden Girls premiered on NBC. It was an instant classic. It was a little edgier than people might remember. Like, for growing up, I was not allowed to watch the Blanche parts. Here to celebrate the
Saba, thank you for the gifted sub. Overt Drama, thank you for the 2 months.
40th anniversary of the show and to present the award for Best Supporting Actress in a Comedy Series, please welcome Reba McEntire and Little Big Town's Karen Fairchild, and Kimberly Schlappman.
Singing it for the girls. Thank you for being a friend.
Okay, I did like this though.
Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant.
She's just a single mom.
And if you threw a party,
Working 2 jobs.
invited everyone you knew, you would see the biggest gift would be from me, and the card attached would say, thank you for being a friend. And if you threw a party, invited
Who are the other girlies? That is Karen Fairchild and Kimberly Schlappman of Little Big Town.
everyone you knew, you would see the biggest gift would be from me, and the card attached would say, thank you for being a friend. Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for being a friend.
Quinta just looks like she's over the show.
Thank you for being a friend.
Froze with Fear, thank you for the prime.
Blanche, Dorothy, Sophia, and Rose, iconic characters who we continue to love 40 years after they first graced our television screens.
To the characters and the legends who brought them to life, thank you for being our friends.
Here are the nominees for Supporting Actress in a Comedy Series.
Liza Colon-Zayas, The Bear. Hannah Einbein.
Y'all, The Bear got nothing. The Bear got nothing. For a show that came out in its first and second seasons, breaking records, just seemingly having a stranglehold on the Emmys, it walked away with nothing, as did The White Lotus, which I don't have a problem with. I don't think they deserved any awards this year. And also, I don't really love when the same shows, especially when they decline in quality, just keep winning.
Hacks. Catherine Hahn, The Studio. Janelle
God, I
James,
love Catherine Hahn.
Abbott Elementary. Catherine O'Hara, The Studio.
Love Catherine
Cheryl
O'Hara,
Lee
too.
Ralph, Abbott Elementary. Jessica Williams, Shrinking.
And the Emmy goes to Hannah Einbinder Hacks.
Okay, also, I know I'm glazing the hell out of Hannah Einbinder. The way that she reacts to winning the Emmy. This is her first Emmy. My girl has bits. Ready to go. If you're sitting there, like, first of all, it's stressful. I don't care how many people can be like, oh, whatever, doesn't matter. You want to win, of course. This is her first Emmy win. And she still was able to like make sure that she did her little.
This is the first Emmy win and fourth nomination in this category for Hannah Einbinder.
This music gives me chills. I can't wait for season 5. It's the last season too. It's ending after season 5, but this music is just
For her portrayal of Ava Daniels on Hacks.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you. Wow, I was yeah, really sorry, this is just, I'm thinking out loud here. I was just really committed to the like personal narrative that I had, that it was actually like cooler to continue to lose. I was pretty committed to that, had to be, right? But this is cool too. This is also punk rock. So yeah, I want to thank the creators of Hacks, Paul Downs, Jen Stats.
The newest mother has been elected. I have been on this campaign. I have been the campaign manager. I've been the campaign manager, and it's about damn time.
Lucia and Yellow.
Also, I met Paul, and that it was at the oh my god, the what award show was I everything is blurring. Everything is blurring. Where did I talk to him? Oh no. Glad after party. Thank you. Yes. I talked to him at the Glad after party and I was like, I love Hacks. You guys are amazing. Really appreciated seeing you out there on the strike lines. Like, I appreciate Hannah and all her advocacy. And he was just going on and on about how amazing she is and just how because Hannah had just been awarded at the Human Rights Campaign event. And she gave a whole speech about Palestine and how her Jewish identity means that she must speak out, especially against what Israel's doing. And just hearing how much she's supported by her team, the fact that even after last night, and now, of course, the outrage, the Zionist outrage to Hannah's comments, HBO is still posting clips of her, which I'm not like praising HBO here, but that is a sign that it's like, okay, they're not going to be not promoting this, they're not going to be not promoting one of their actresses who just won an Emmy for their show. So at least there's that. It's something. But yes, the entire vibe with this show and just how cool these people are and how they support each other.
For changing my life in every conceivable way, but...
No. I stand by my take. That I think Hannah EINBINDER as an actress has only gotten better in the show. And it was, to me, last season, she deserved a win. So I was really hoping that she won now. No, I stand by that. I think she's only gotten better on that show, which is good because a lot of times people get worse.
Not just by giving me a great gig, but by being my friends and being my family. And here I go. And I want to thank Jean Smart, who is like the sun, and I just get to stand in her warmth. And I also want to thank the cast and crew of Hacks. And
I want to stand in Jean Smart's warmth.
I'll pay the difference. Sorry. Finally.
Okay, sorry, my camera's blocking it. Let me show you how annoying this was. All right, like this, I need you to understand. This was a 3-hour long bit. So you can see here, they put up the timer.
Stand in her warmth. And I also want to thank the cast and crew of Hacks. And finally, I'll pay the difference. Sorry. Finally, I just want to say, finally, go Birds, fuck ICE, and free Palestine. Thank you.
It's awkward. It was not good. It was not good. It gave this stressful, it gave off a stressful vibe with the winners until they finally were like, you know what? I don't care. I don't care about the bid. I don't care about the whole thing. Obviously, this is not going to be affecting charity. It also kind of made like charity the punchline here. This could work on a stream, but not on a 3-hour award show. No. It comes across as a punchline more than it being an actual like good cause to be supporting. And also because Nate just did not have any other strong comedic moments from the show to like kind of make a bit like this work. And so the bit just dominated. Like, I don't think it was a good bit to begin with, but the fact that he really had nothing else because they were so concerned, the show was concerned with like not being controversial. Don't want to be political here. And so That's why he just kept focusing on not like who won, but on the stakes
Quinn
being
public,
so
Quinn public.
high of running over the time because kids won't get money through this charitable cause. Like after Tony Gilroy won Best Writing for Andor, he thanked Tony Gilroy for helping him out by keeping his speech short. Like he just kept hammering this bit. It was like, brother, this is not working. Or Tony Gilroy, the creator of Andor. Yeah, he said to Tony, he said to him, wait, there's Gilroy brothers? Okay, I think Dan Gilroy won the Emmy for writing, but Tony Tony Gilroy is the showrunner, executive producer of Andor. Yeah. There's one more. How many? John Gilroy? Is this me like finding out about the Green brothers? John Gilroy is a film editor. Tony Gilroy is a screenwriter and director. And he is the showrunner for Andor. And then the last one, Dan Gilroy. Dan Gilroy is also a writer and director. Wow. A lot of talent in that family. A lot of talent in the Gilroy family. Yeah, maybe I didn't know that there were 3 Gilroy brothers. And Tony Gilroy did Michael Clayton as well, which I know him from that. Okay, anyway. Do you know all the Mannings? I don't even want to try. No, I'm not even going to try. I'm not even going to try. And then Lisa's not related. Lisa's Canadian. She's very talented though. Okay, anyway, what was I talking about? We were talking about the not good bit, the one joke that really did not work. And we're talking about Hannah Einbinder's speech. A Hollywood Nepo baby cheers Hamas and they repay her by censoring her shoulders. I am so tired of these people. Shut the fuck up. That's all I want to say. Shut the fuck up. You're so stupid. You are pathetic. You are an embarrassment. You are losing more and more supporters every day because you cannot help yourself but to put out the worst takes ever. Just the most embarrassing framing. I know it's the New York Post. They are a total rag. They rage bait. They are just a right-wing rag, but it is still embarrassing. And also, this in the Hollywood Reporter. No, Hannah, that wasn't brave. As a queer Jew, son of refuge. Oh, that's the other reason that Hen Mazig is like so psychotically a stalker of Matt Bernstein, because Matt Bernstein is also a queer Jew. And Matt Bernstein being gay and being Jewish informs his work in the same way that I guess it does for Hen Mazig, but in the opposite direction. He's like, because I am queer and Jewish, I believe that Palestinian lives do not matter. Son of refugees from Iraq and Tunisia, who has dedicated my life to fighting anti-Semitism, I read Hannah Einbinder's Emmy night comments with sadness and fear. When really? Hannah Einbinder said, go birds, fuck ICE, and free Palestine. And you're sitting over here quivering in fear? You're afraid? Well then, I'm sorry, you've never felt real fear in your life. You have never actually experienced anything to cause real fear if you're like, this filled me with fear. You're afraid of this woman? Is it the go birds part? Is it that? Because, okay, fine. Oh, yeah. Hannah is also queer and Jewish. Yes. Hannah is also queer and Jewish. So we have Matt Bernstein, Hannah Einbinder, and Mazig. When the Hacks actor signed a pledge to boycott Israeli film institutions and used her platform to declare free Palestine, she no doubt believed she was doing something bold, even righteous. But what she did wasn't brave. It was populist, and it was dangerous. Did y'all ever think, if you have been an advocate for Palestine for either maybe since October 7th or prior to that, did you ever think that you would see this being said now, that free Palestine is the populist position, that it's trendy, that now to be a supporter of Israel, you're like the little guy, you're the, like, what? Also, as much as I wish this were the case, people are still losing their jobs, being deported, being killed, being harmed for advocating for Palestinian emancipation. So yeah, no, I wish that it were this clear. And it is good that there has been a massive shift in the public, but let's not act as if institutional support, as if the power in this country is still not pro-Israel. People in Hollywood are still suffering consequences. I will say it helps to have some of the biggest names in Hollywood, ones who are currently working actors. I don't mean somebody who was famous in like 30 years ago. I mean actors who are winning Oscars, who are winning Emmys, who are on our TV screens. To have people like that who are signing these pledges, who are speaking out publicly, that helps, because it's kind of like they can't ban all of them. They can't blacklist all of them. You can't blacklist Emma Stone. Emma Stone is one of the biggest actresses in Hollywood. You're not going to blacklist Emma Stone, as much as you maybe like are trying to threaten publicly so that people who aren't Emma Stone will feel scared. Barry Weiss just got made God Queen. Yes. There is nothing risky about parroting the most popular slogan in Hollywood. Oh God, you know what it is too? It's perpetual victimhood. Perpetual victimhood. Perpetual like underdog. Belief in being the underdog. Perpetual like, we're David and they're Goliath. This has always been the narrative of Zionism, being that everyone else is ganging up against us. We are the little guy. We are David in the biblical story of David versus Goliath. We are small beans. And so this is why we have to keep fighting for the truth and for justice, because we're just the little underdogs here. And doesn't everybody love an underdog? Don't we all love a classic Hollywood underdog story? Wearing a pin or signing an open letter won't cost you jobs or red carpet invites. Really? Because it was. And I'm pretty sure it still is the case that signing a pledge, wearing pins is not something that you can do. And like maybe if you're Mark Ruffalo, if you're Javier Bardem, this is just crazy. Like this is just a total revising of the narrative, saying that this is populist, that this is popular slogan, that it won't cost you jobs. Melissa Barrera, Susan Sarandon, Maha Dakil, and not to mention, those are just the ones that we know publicly. There was a piece that I read like a year and a half ago, and it was about the private, like behind the scenes blacklisting, Red Scare-esque type of blacklisting that was occurring in Hollywood. Because after Melissa Barrera got publicly fired, after Susan Sarandon was publicly dropped by her agency, after Maha Dakil, who was Tom Cruise's agent, that they threatened to fire her and Tom Cruise had to step in. There was this understanding that, okay, we're going to get backlash. There is going to be negative press if these types of firings are, these high profile firings are continued to be made public. And so actors like Kendrick Sampson, who is on the show Insecure, and he is an activist. He and a couple other actors were interviewed in this piece that I read on stream where they were like, make no mistake that there is absolutely a ton of blacklisting that is still happening. It's just happening now behind closed doors. And if you are a mid to smaller, lower level talent in Hollywood, there's a culture of fear. You are terrified that you will either lose work that you have, that you will no longer book work. It's a culture of fear and paranoia that if you say anything that is negative towards Israel, that your opportunities, your job opportunities will go away. The claim that anti-Israel rhetoric is separate from anti-Semitism collapses under the weight of reality. Jews are attacked on the streets of New York, stabbed in Europe, shot in synagogue in Pittsburgh and Poway by people who believe the same conspiracy theories that anti-Israel activists spread. A Jew being punched in Los Angeles doesn't care that his attacker said it's about Israel. He cares that there's a fist in his face. So, you know how Hannah Einbinder is an anti-Zionist Jew who has spent a lot of time separating between Zionism and Judaism, saying that my Jewish identity is not conflated with the fascist state of Israel that purports to stand for all Jews in this world. Like the reason that people like her and other anti-Zionists are so staunch, are so diligent in making that separation is because of what happens here. Because when you are like Hen Mazzig or like other propagandists for the state, when you are constantly going, oh yeah, no, Israel represents all Jewish people. To be Jewish means to be Israel. I'm Israel high or whatever. That then feeds into anti-Semitism conspiracy theories. That then feeds into people going, okay, so if there's a genocide happening, if there are children that I see every single day who are being killed in the name of Jews, in the name of Judaism, then my understanding is going to be that all Jews are supporting this horror, these atrocities. Is it true the blacklisting is happening more subtly too, not as obvious or direct, or is pointed more quietly? Yes, and that has been the case for the last 2 years. And that was because the negative PR that resulted from very high profile public firings was loud enough that that then it was like, oh, okay, we're going to keep blacklisting, but we're not going to do so as openly as we did. Okay, Hannah should know that there's no such thing as a good Jew who can launder anti-Semitism. The good Jews trope, the ones who sign boycott pledges or reassure progressives that it isn't about hatred, are always used as cover. They are never enough. And at the end of the day, the people demanding good Jews don't believe there's anything good about being Jewish. Oh my God, shut the fuck up. That is why Einbinder's words sting so deeply. She is not just a comedian with a platform. She is a Jewish comedian. When she singles out Israel, the one Jewish state in the world, see, yet again, Jewish state. This is the problem. You cannot be an ethno-nationalist state. You cannot be You cannot be creating structures that make it so a Jewish majority exists at the expense of non-Jewish minorities. That is called apartheid. That is called maintaining a system where there is one group that is privileged, that is prioritized in order to maintain an ethno-nationalist majority. That's the issue. She is telling millions of us that the single most unifying part of our identity is illegitimate. But the truth is that according to a Pew Research survey in 2021, more than 80% of American Jews say they are pro-Israel. Okay, first of all, this was 4 years ago. Second of all, there is a split in within American Jews where younger Jews are going to be skewing less pro-Israel in similar other political fashions, where when we look at age groups in this country and how young people feel on issues versus older people, like that also exists within the Jewish community. All of my friends who are anti-Zionist Jews, they are all millennial aged or younger, and they have issues in their families with older Jewish family members being pro-Israel. They've just been subjected to the propaganda longer. They were born closer to the end of the Holocaust. And so a lot of that trauma, a lot of like hammering in that Israel needs to exist because look at what happened to your parents, or maybe they themselves were survivors of the Holocaust. Like, yeah, it's definitely there's generational divides over the issue of Israel. And yeah, almost like there's been a recorded genocide since then. Yeah. To oppose Zionism is not merely to challenge a government policy. It is to challenge Jewish existence as a free people. You can criticize Netanyahu and his government's actions and policies. I know I have. Oh, wow. Thank you, Hen. You're such an ally. And still hold this truth. Words have consequences. Oh, isn't that interesting? This week, as we have been dealing with the fallout of Charlie Kirk's assassination, where not only are you not allowed to criticize at all what Charlie Kirk had to say and how it's being framed as, oh, Charlie did politics the right way. He used debate. He just used words. But not only are you not allowed to say like, hey, Charlie Kirk, everything he stood for and everything he said was incredibly heinous and very violent. In the wake of his assassination, now words that are being said by people who didn't agree with what Charlie said when he was alive. Now these words, though, oh, that's everything. Yeah, you're not even allowed to quote Charlie Kirk's own words because they will come for your job. When celebrities make it trendy to vilify Israel, it fuels the climate that leads to Jewish schools under police guard, synagogues set on fire, and children beaten on their way to class. True bravery would have been using that EMMYS stage to call for the release of the 48 hostages still held in Gaza and end of the war. True courage would have meant calling for peace, for coexistence, for the humanity of both Israelis and Palestinians, even if it risked boos instead of applause. Hannah Einbinder had a rare moment when the world was listening. She could have built a bridge. Instead, she burned one. Oh, shut up. It is so... It's just so embarrassing at this point, and it's like, man, it's working less and less. Okay, what was I looking for? I was looking for Hannah Einbinder backstage. Windflower, thank you for the 8 months. Frozeth Fear, thank you for the prime. Okay, I wanted Hannah's backstage. Yeah, there we go.
When you were up on stage, you talked about Palestine, and I know you signed a pledge, too. Can you talk about that, please?
Yeah.
So, well, I thought it was important to talk about Palestine because it's an issue that's very dear to my heart. I have friends in Gaza who are working as frontline workers, as doctors right now in the north of Gaza to provide care for pregnant women and for school children to create schools in the refugee camps. And it's an issue that's really close to my heart. For many reasons, I feel like it is my obligation as a Jewish person to distinguish Jews from the state of Israel because our religion and our culture is such an important and long-standing, basically like institution that is really separate to this sort of ethno-nationalist state. And in terms of the pledge, it's like many movements, boycotting is an effective tool to create pressure on the powers that be.
Judaism has existed for far, far, far longer than the state of Israel. To be Jewish means to be a part of a religion, a culture, an ethnicity. It has nothing to do with the maintenance of an ethno state. And it's ridiculous that it's ridiculous to keep trying to convince people otherwise. Someone said, who is that article for? That article Hen Mazig wrote to try and I don't know, appeal to liberals to try and go, remember, like, we're on the same side. I'm gay. I don't like I have had criticism of Netanyahu. We are on the same team here, but you need to understand that, like, this person is bad. I am the queer Jewish person you should be listening to
meet the moment, So the Film Workers for Palestine boycott does not boycott individuals. It only boycotts institutions that are directly complicit in the genocide. So, it's important to me, and I think it's an important measure, and so I was happy to be a part of it.
Man, it's not easy to be having this adrenaline and like this is a huge stage. And yes, Hannah has said a lot on her Instagram and on podcasts, but to be able to be composed and to be the person that night who said this, because for the most part, this was an award show that was pretty empty, that was pretty devoid of politics. And that felt very intentional. Like this part here of the show was, I think, what people like, so this is Chris Abrego, and he is, let me get his exact job title. He is, he's a producer. So I can't remember if he works for CBS or whatnot, but he was one of the producers of the Emmys. And I think he thought, as did others, that this was going to be more of the vibe. So like what he says here in this speech, he probably thought was going to be just a repeat of what a lot of other people were saying that night. But in fact, there was hardly any explicit politics in the show, in the speeches. And you might not, if you don't really pay attention to award shows, you might think that this is the norm, but it's actually not. Just a couple years ago, in the wake of Me Too, of Black Lives Matter, when we still had woke, when woke was still well and alive, when we had when we had her. So the vibe of award shows was very political. You had tons of people getting up on stage delivering very fiery speeches, talking about, systemic abuses, talking about the importance of, the importance of these progressive movements. We got to bring back woke. We do. I miss woke. I miss her. So I just wanted to point that out, that like, if you think that it's normal for there to only be a couple of these political moments, well, maybe yes, when it comes to Palestine, I do think that's been changing. But in general, no, award shows just a couple years ago had way, way, way more of an overt political feel than they do now.
This year, CBP will close its doors because Congress has voted to defund it.
Like right now, there are attacks on media. There are attacks on free speech. There are attacks on the arts. There are attacks on artists. Chris Abrego is a producer for the Emmys, and he got up on stage and was talking about the defunding that the Trump administration has been doing. And I genuinely think he probably was like, oh, I'll just be kind of playing off of what the, other moments from the evening. And in fact, his was one of the few speeches that got political.
And silence yet another cultural institution. And that's a reminder of just how much our work here matters, especially right now, in a time when division dominates the headlines. Storytelling still has the power to unite us. Television and the artists who make it do more than reflect society. They shape our culture. And in times of cultural regression, they remind us what's at stake and what can still be achieved. MASH, Roots, the late, great Norman Lear's entire body of work, Will and Grace.
Boo, Deborah Messing. Let me tell you, Deborah Messing is a Deborah Messing is basically your crazy aunt whose brain was broken by Facebook. Deborah Messing has come so undone every single time that I tune in to see what the hell is going on with Deborah Messing. Her Instagram, let me just show you. This is what her Instagram looks like. Okay. It's like this. It is this. She is Deborah Messy. Deborah Messy. She is she's become so psychotic around Israel, and it's man, oh man. I just, there are those who stand out in the entertainment industry for being particularly brain broken. Like, you can see how they have completely come apart at the seams. That it feels like a brain disease. Same thing with transphobia. Like, you see these TERFs who just have complete, they're obsessed. They are so, every single thought in their mind is dominated by the bigotry that they cannot free themselves of.
Well, after a while, I just said, Deborah, come on, report me to the homeroom teacher and let's just let this go.
But
and I think she kept going, but I don't know. Is she not working? What's going on with her? Well, after a while, I just said, Deborah, come on, report me to the homeroom teacher and let's just let this go.
But
and I think she kept going, but I don't know. Is she not working? What's going on with her?
This was before October 7th. Is she not working? Still applies. Is Deborah Messing, girl, what's going on? Get a job. Is she not working? What's going on with her? Iconic. Is she not working? What's going on with her?
The Handmaid's Tale, South Park, the legacy of late night. For generations, artists have seized the power of television to broaden horizons, challenge the status quo, and bend that arc of history towards justice.
It is wild to me that this random producer, I don't even like, obviously this is a very, liberal-esque type of speech, but this was what was always at the Emmys, always at these award shows. The fact that this producer had more of a, had more of a political edge to his speech, had more of a tying in the role that art and artists play in not just reflecting our world, but shaping it, of being able to change hearts and minds. And I don't know.
The Television Academy and all of us in this room must continue to champion that power and wield it responsibly. And in moments like this, neutrality is not enough.
Right. Like in moments like this, neutrality is not only not enough, neutrality is to side with the oppressor.
We must be voices for connection, inclusion, empathy. Because, yes. Because we know that culture doesn't come from the top down. It rises from the bottom up.
Selena.
Culture belongs to the people. So if our industry is to thrive, we need to make room for more voices, not fewer. That's the work of the Television Academy. Today, we are almost 30,000 strong, the largest, youngest, and most diverse body in our history. And with that diversity comes the strength, imagination, and courage our industry needs to move forward. So let's do that together. Let's keep telling stories, and let's make sure that culture is not a platform for the privileged, but a public good for all.
Yeah, bro. Yes, yes, I agree. Okay, wait, what was something I was going to say? Oh, also, don't let this be lost on you too, the importance of Hannah Einbinder saying what she said, and all of the political moments from last night, which were few, but because the Emmys is hosted on CBS. So CBS is who broadcasts the Emmys. CBS is owned by Paramount. Paramount just recently merged with Skydance, and that merger has already been shown to be terrible. The lawsuit that Donald Trump filed against Paramount for the CBS interview, which then they basically kowtowed to him and were like, yeah, we'll pay you whatever you want. Please let this merger go through. Barry Weiss coming in, David Ellison and Larry Ellison signaling that they are going to be pushing more and more conservative right-wing ideology. And what did I say? Barry Weiss. Yeah, Barry Weiss. And so the fact that this was said on the CBS broadcast also has an extra impact there. And on top of that, Paramount has condemned the Israeli film boycott that Emma Stone, Joaquin Phoenix, Javier Bardem, Hannah Einbinder, over 3,900, almost 4,000 industry names have signed this pledge that they are refusing to work with Israeli film institutions. And Paramount released a statement to condemn the widespread boycott. At Paramount, we believe in the power of storytelling to connect and inspire people, to promote mutual understanding and preserve the moments, ideas, and events that shape the world we share. This is our creative mission. We do not agree with recent efforts to boycott Israeli filmmakers. Silencing individual creative artists, that's not what this pledge is, by the way. It's not individual artists. It is institutions that are in relation with the government, and so therefore are complicit in the system of apartheid and the current genocide. Silencing individual creative artists based on their nationality does not promote better understanding or advance the cause of peace. The global entertainment industry should be encouraging artists to tell their stories and share their ideas with audiences throughout the world. We need more engagement and communication, not less. Boo. Paramount is the first major studio to speak out on this issue. The pledge, published on Monday by the organization Film Workers for Palestine, saw more than 3,900 industry figures, including Oscar, BAFTA, Emmy, and Palme d'Or winners, declare that they will refuse to work with Israeli institutions and companies that are implicated in genocide and apartheid against the Palestinian people. The pledge statement states that examples of complicity include whitewashing or justifying genocide and apartheid and or partnering with the government committing them. The signatories include filmmakers such as Yorgo Lanthimos, Ava DuVernay, Asif Kapadia, Emma Seligman, Boots Riley, Adam McKay, Joshua Oppenheimer, as well as actors including Olivia Colman, Io Debris, Mark Ruffalo, Riz Ahmed, Tilda Swinton, Javier Bardem, Lily Gladstone, Hannah Einbinder, Gail Garcia Bernal, Melissa Barrera, and Emma Stone. By Wednesday, the letter had surpassed 3,900 signees, including Nicola Coughlan, Andrew Garfield, Harris Dickinson, Bowen Yang, Guy Pearce, Jonathan Glazer, Ebon Moss-Bachrach, Fisher Stevens, Abby Jacobson, Eric Andre, Elliot Page, Payal Kapadia, and Emma Darcy were among those whose names were added, as were Joaquin Phoenix and Rooney Mara. So I try not to put undue weight into all of the letters and things that have been signed because it's good, but also with a lack of material action, it always just kind of feels like, well, what next? I always point out I've pointed out the importance over the last 2 years of more and more public figures, of more and more people who are major celebrities, who have big platforms, who are not people like Michael Rappaport, who it's like, bro, this is him just trying to have a career. Like, not losers such as Michael Rappaport, but real noteworthy figures. This pledge is the biggest step so far in trying to trying to engage in material action towards ending the genocide, freeing Palestinians in the way that individual artists, such as those who sign this, can. And it's such a big deal that Paramount has come out to condemn this. So I do think that this pledge is the biggest step yet as far as celebrities in Hollywood and global, major celebrities have taken to be specific in their demands and their, the call to action in order to achieve those demands. Anyway, Paramount stays doing bullshit here. Paramount stays doing bullshit. Okay. All right. So we looked at Hannah Einbinder. What was I gonna look at next here? Oh, gotta play Alan Cummings' little part on the red carpet here.
Tell me about the pin.
Oh, this is by a company called Tati Divine, and this is a thing that's called for a thing called Not a Phase, and it raises money for trans people. So it's got trans colors, and it also says Not a Phase because it's not.
Why was it important for you to wear that today?
I just feel like when you come to things like this, you know, you're here to celebrate your work and blah, 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 but to do something decorative that also draws attention to something that you actually feel is much more important than all of this, then that's why I do it.
You've always done that.
I have, yes. I always sort of feel like the platform I've got, it's fun, but also I feel I have a duty to sort of speak out for people who are less fortunate than me, and especially right now with trans people in this country being so persecuted unnecessarily and unfairly, yeah.
Tell me about.
Yeah, especially in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination, where the right is doing what they do every time, which is to immediately blame trans people, to talk about violent, woke trans ideology. The bullets are trans. The music that the shooter listened to is trans. The roommate is trans. The shooter himself is trans. Everything is trans. And so right now, especially, it is so important to stand up and push back on these lies that are not just being spread by random people on the internet. I'm talking politicians like Nancy Mace. I'm talking billionaires like Elon Musk. People with real power and influence who are just spreading the most noxious lies because it is in their interest, because they are opportunistic fucks who want nothing more than to see trans people eradicated. And therefore, they will lie about them being the source of violence in this country. Oh, somebody's shot. Oh, it's another cis white dude. No, it's not. It's trans people. So Democrats right now, Democrats need to be standing up in total solidarity with their trans constituents. Otherwise, they bear responsibility for violence that continues to befall trans people. Whether whatever type of violence that is, whether it is legislation, whether legislative, whether it is like individual acts of violence. I know Democrats won't do shit, but I'm saying that still, it's like, if you are a Democratic politician and you are not pushing back with everything you have against the lies that your right-wing colleagues, that the right-wing media apparatus has been spreading without any consequence whatsoever, then you are complicit in the continuation of violence towards trans people in this country. I'm just stating that as a, like, I don't expect Democrats to suddenly go, you know what, we're gonna stand up for trans people, considering how they have shifted in their own rhetoric and how we have plenty of Democrats. We have plenty of prominent Democrats who continue to be transphobic. But I'm just stating for the record. Loopy on Mars, thank you for the Prime. John, thank you for the 3 months. Pope of Clowntown, thank you for the 21 months. Minty Moon, thank you for the tier 1. John J3NNN, thank you for the 8 months. Windflower, thank you for the 8 months. I've been seeing liberals throw trans and leftists under the bus because we're too mean and they're threatening to join MAGA. Well, those people were then always right-wing. If your politics are based off of how nice individuals have been to you, then you're a fucking phony, okay? If you're so ready to be like, oh, why I'm leaving the left because some trans person on the internet was mean to me, you deserved it. I'm just going to say, you probably deserved that person being mean to you, and your politics are as solid, your morals are as solid as a house that is built on popsicle sticks. Do you know the other thing too? It's always the same like idiots online who will do their twit-longers about how they're leaving the left. It's like, bitch, you were never a leftist. Oh, shoe on head, you were never a leftist. How many times? I feel like I have seen that particular person post multiple times about how they're leaving the left. You were never on the left. You are not a leftist if you are this shallow in your ideology. If your solidarity towards vulnerable, marginalized groups is predicated upon how good they make you feel about your feelings, then you're never an ally. You're just an opportunist. You're just an attention seeker. That Dean kid, please, enough. I don't want to see that person on my timeline anymore. Like, why is he somebody who we are at all taking seriously and listening to? It's incredibly performative. Anyway, I appreciated Alan coming, talking about this on the red carpet. And I just have felt so much anger. I have felt so much anger this past week. Not that it's anything new, but how blatant and how transparent the anti-trans lies are, and how it's like the New York Post and Fox News and even more liberal outlets who posted unverified information about the shooter being trans have still not taken it down. And meanwhile, you have people losing their jobs, being targeted, being the victims of harassment campaigns who haven't even said one fucking thing about Charlie Kirk. Nothing. Wait, what? Hypothetical question. Did you happen to get diarrhea from the wedding food? No. I mean, I get, like, that happens to me quite often. I have hot girls have IBS, but no, I have not, at least to my, that's so crazy. Me neither. Yeah, that's so crazy that you would just hypothetically be asking me that. Hypothetically. Yeah. I didn't really eat much of the food though, because we were doing the cake. I guess I had some of the I guess I had some of the skewers. Yeah, that's so crazy. If anybody did get diarrhea though, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to them. I don't know who that would be. I don't know who it would be that person. But if they did, my condolences. I hope their asshole is not too on fire. Were you about to say not to my knowledge? I don't know. Okay. You thought you'd appreciate this? Wow, what a nightmare blunt rotation.
Okay, I didn't see that one. I didn't see that.
I was watching Candace Owens a little bit earlier. She is going on a tear.
Oh, whoa. Whiplash. Holy shit. Beyond parody.
There are, yeah, I mean, there's like too much happening to even comment on all of it. Okay. I want to stay focused because I want to keep going with the Emmys. And then once I finish with the Emmys, we'll talk about other stuff. All right. So I was talking about Alan coming, and then we have Javier Bardem's comments from last night, which I can go ahead and just play that clip again if you missed it. Let's see. Here we go.
Denouncing the genocide in Gaza. I'm talking about the IAGS, which is the International Association of Genocide Scholars.
Wait, also, is Cutie still here? I haven't even I meant to text her today and ask how things went. I need to know if she got to meet Hannah Einbinder and or Jean Smart.
Who studied thoroughly genocide and has declared it is a genocide. And that's why we asked for a commercial and diplomatic blockade and also sanctions on Israel to stop the genocide, free Palestine. Here I am today denouncing the...
Great. Love it. We talked about that last night as well. And then let me look at here.
Please welcome your host, Nate Bargatze.
All right. Thank you. All right. Look at us.
You know, the other thing, too, is that he is not yet a household name. He has not yet blown up in Hollywood. And I think one reason he agreed to do the Emmys is probably because it would have potentially been an opportunity to have his blow up in Hollywood. So if you don't know who Nate is, he's a stand-up comedian. He's from Tennessee. His whole thing is like, I'm a silly, goofy dad from Tennessee, and I do really silly, dumb things. And he's very like self-deprecating type comedian, family-friendly, non-offensive type of comedy, very deadpan, like very clean type of comedian. He also has a couple Netflix specials. He has he did the Washington sketches for SNL. Which is basically he plays the character of George Washington, but it's like George Washington trying to figure out things in modern day society. Anyway, very squeaky clean. So it's obvious why they chose him. Also, I do think that there is a dearth of people to host these award shows. And so they kind of are taking who they can get. I think that he just did not impress at the show in the way that, say, Nikki Glaser did at the Golden Globes. I don't think that this is going to be leading to any type of like major Hollywood career. So we'll see, but
we're doing it. All right.
It is. Look, hosting is a thankless job. It is. Nobody wants to do this anymore because if you're not good, that's what people talk about. If you are good, you don't really get the appreciation or the kind of flowers for it. It's more of like, if you're not good, if you're not good, then you're going to get roasted.
Welcome to the 70s.
They should let Stavi host. You know what? Now that's a fucking good idea. I have to say, I do wonder with Stavi's career, because he's kind of starting to, Stavi's really been breaking in, and I don't know if he is at a point now that he would worry about being Stavi in front of a big group of Hollywood's biggest stars. Like he's in Yorgos' latest film. He's gone Hollywood. He has
7th Emmy Awards. You know, it's not a big one, like 75 or 80, but it's the one they gave me.
3 months.
It's an honor to be here tonight. I mean, I'm so excited to be here. Just all you guys have worked so hard to get here. I mean, and it's confusing too, because there's just like Reba McEntire. I feel like I'm at the Grammys. Kate Blanchett, I feel like I'm at the Oscars. It's crazy. Tina Fey, I thought like they should have had her host. You know, why? A lot of people were wondering like, why am I hosting? I don't know what that was, but all right, it counts as a laugh. It's I've been asked. I have not had, for my career, I'm a stand-up comedian, I've not had a ton of success in Hollywood, but let me tell you, boy, is it going good everywhere else. You might know, if you haven't heard, so we got an idea. As a host, they asked me, when you give your thank you speeches, they just said you got to keep them on time. So they wanted me to come up with a way to do that. So what I came up with.
See, so this is what I mean by clearly. Okay, so first of all, they started off the show with a sketch, which I think could have been a good idea to kind of not, to like not have the opening monologue be the opener, and instead like go for a different route by having the sketch. It's just that the sketch was just not it wasn't exciting enough. It wasn't it didn't set the tone for the rest of the show. And so by the time he comes in for his monologue, it's just like lackluster. Very clearly, this is not going to be a show that gets at all spicy. And so that's why he then goes straight into announcing what the big bit of the evening is.
Is this way, is everybody gets 45 seconds. And honestly, give your speech. I know how hard you guys have all worked to get here. I'm not trying to take anything away. 45 seconds, that's what you got. And if you want to do more than that, do it on social media later. That's more people are going to see it there anyway. So to start the show, I am going to donate $100,000 to the Boys and Girls Club of America. So yeah. All right. Remember that. Remember how fun that was. Because this part...
You know, the other thing that this did, because this was emphasized so much throughout the night, it gave it the vibe of a telethon. Everybody hates a telethon, okay? Ain't nobody like a telethon. So to have the Emmys, kind of have the overall feel of a telethon meant that it was only going to keep going like this.
Is hard to say. If you stay 45 seconds, it stays at $100,000. That's all right. I know. If every second you go every second you go over 45 seconds, we will deduct $1,000 away from the Boys and Girls Club. I know. That's tough. It's hard. That's tough. It's brutal. What are you gonna do though? You know, I can't change it. This is.
You know when you watch a sketch and the sketch goes on for a minute longer than it should? Now imagine 3 hours. Now imagine 3 hours. Where the entire thing is this Boys and Girls Club charity meter bit. 3 hours.
The game I made up, and these are the rules. So there is something. Look, if you go under, we will put $1,000 a second back on for the Boys and Girls Club of America. Relax. Let's have fun, all right? By the way, we want to see, we already got started. Seth, congrats. He, feel bad he didn't even know about this at all. But what did Seth do? Was he over?
People in chat who didn't watch the Emmys don't understand how bad it was. Like, it was horrible. Yeah, if you're just seeing, like, the opening monologue going, oh, okay, all right, I guess it's not like the worst gag in the world. It's certainly not Joe Coy hosting. If you watched the show, I'm telling you that by the time it got to the end and then like the number was at negative 26,000. And of course, like that, anyone could have predicted that, like, yeah, that number was going to go down. And so then it's like the hilarity of a big nonprofit owing Nate Bargatze, the Emmys host, 5 figures, but it wasn't funny. Like, it just was exhausting by the end. It didn't hit at all. A lot of people throughout the night, especially like first time Emmy winners, like people who there were some really exciting moments, they were stressed. They were like rushing through their speeches, which just it didn't work. It did not work. It didn't. And then it only made the presenters seem like even longer in their presentations of the nominees and of the awards, because by having the award winners like rushing through their speech and going, okay, then everything else, it felt awkward and uncomfortable, and then also everything else felt that much longer. like insane. And look, I know that the movies being too long and speeches being too long is a running thing. I think it's overdone. And also, for the most part, with exceptions like Adrian Brody rambling on, speeches are not that long. And I don't have a problem with the people who we are there to see, like as nominees and award winners. I don't have a problem with them giving a minute-long speech. That's not the issue with the pacing of award shows. Whenever an award show feels like, oh God, this is just really a drag, it's never the speeches. Everyone is waiting to see who wins. Like, that's why you watch an award show. You don't watch an award show to watch somebody presenting a bit. You don't even watch an award show necessarily, with exceptions, to who's hosting, like who is the main host of the night. You are there to see the stars, to see who's been nominated, to see who wins.
Under. Stayed to 40 under. No. All right. He was under. Don't go crazy, though, because, like, I am paying for this. So don't, like, some of you go over a little, some go under. Do the right thing. All right. Well, now you know the rules. Those are it. So now that everybody knows, let's keep this show going.
Yeah. I think, too, maybe we could have had people saying more interesting things if this was not, if these were not like the rules that were introduced at the beginning. Okay, so here is, I'm just going to kind of skip around.
I don't know. All right. Please welcome. And I guess you're allowed to.
This is supporting actor in a limited or anthology series or movie.
Curse on TV now. Who am I? All right. I like, it messed me up. I forgot. I have a blue jean tux on for some reason. We had like a joke. There's a cummerbund, and I forgot what it. I don't know. All right. Please welcome two-time Emmy nominee Sydney Sweeney.
Sydney Sweeney presented this. I like Nate for the most part, but he feels so out of place here. I think he makes sense as a stand-up comedian, and like the thing that he does doesn't work as a host.
Hello. Monsters, the Lyle and Eric Menendez story.
Do you know what I love about this? I love that they were probably like, you don't have to do a bit. You can just go right into
Adolescence, presumed innocent, dying for sex. 4 great series with 6 incredible nominees for supporting actor in a limited or anthology series or movie. Here they are.
Javier Bardem, Monsters, the Lyle and Eric Menendez story. Bill Camp, presumed innocent. Owen Cooper, Adolescence. Rob Delaney, Dying for Sex. Peter Sarsgaard, presumed innocent. Ashley Walters, Adolescence.
The Emmy goes to Owen Cooper, Adolescence.
And I said this before, but the fact that this show won quite a few Emmys last night. Obviously, it had a very good night. It was a huge hit when it first premiered on Netflix. And it is about a subject that is very timely. And so it just felt strange that, again, there's like a huge elephant in the room of not addressing any of the current realities, especially when those realities are being reflected in some of this year's biggest shows, like incredibly relevant. This is a show about a young boy who becomes consumed with what he is seeing and reading online to the point of it radicalizing him, it leading to him committing a terrible act of violence towards a female classmate. and then how that affects his family and his community in the aftermath. And there was like, just, you know, this is like, you know, it's a show about online radicalization and disaffected young men and all of these things that we are talking about constantly, that are a part of discourse right now, because somebody like Charlie Kirk, although he was not in the exact same category as an Andrew Tate or other figures who were clearly the inspiration for the types of online sycophant, online manosphere bros who Owen Cooper's character becomes consumed with. Charlie was still a guy who was playing his part in radicalizing young people. He was just more focused on doing so through religion, through claiming that his beliefs were morally just because that's what the Bible says, because of his faith. And he used his faith as a way to push really harmful, heinous beliefs, and justify doing so by like using the name of Christ. And the fucking Great Jeans lady is presenting it. Like, there's just so many jokes in there. There's so many like things you can say at an award show that just it just was not going to be a thing, I guess. Yes. Also, Owen Cooper is the youngest male Emmy winner of all time.
This is the first Emmy win and nomination for Owen Cooper, who made his debut as Jamie Miller in the
Charlie was working on getting a political club sponsored by Turning Point USA in every high school in America.
series Adolescence, which was filmed in one continuous take.
Standing up here is just, wow, it's just so surreal.
This kid's going to be
honestly,
a star,
when I started
too.
these drama classes a couple of years back, I didn't expect to be even in the United States, never mind here. But I think tonight proves that if you listen and you focus and you step out your comfort zone, you can achieve anything in life. Like,
I'm also dying at him being like, when I started these drama classes a couple years ago, so when he was 12? And he's like, I didn't imagine this. I'm like, buddy, you are the youngest male Emmy winner of all time. I don't think that there should ever be any type of expectation when you're 12 years old to be winning an Emmy just a couple years later. That's so funny. When I was 12, I don't know what the hell I was doing.
I was nothing about 3 years ago.
He says I was nothing 3 years ago when I was 12.
Now, so I think if you listen and you focus and you just step out your comfort zone a little bit, who cares if you get embarrassed? You know, anything can be impossible. But a big thanks to my parents, to my mum, my dad, my family, the ones who love me and the ones who I love. Stephen, Erin, Ashley, Phil Barantini, Jack Thorne, Joe Johnson. Sorry. Is that going down? No.
Also, literally 12. Not just the way we say, oh, that person is 12 in kind of a hyperbolic way. Actually 12 years old.
But Netflix, what films, Plan B. Oh my God, I can go on forever. But it may have my name on this award, but it really belongs to the people behind the camera. And Stephen and all the cast. So, yeah, and I hope you all have an amazing night and good night.
Imagine being 12 and being like, oh, I fell off. 12 years old and you're washed up. That was lovely. You know what? I'm really happy to see him having won that because I just think he is so talented, and I can't believe he was 12 just a couple years ago. And I said this about David Johnson as well. I think Owen Cooper, David Johnson, these guys are going to be they're going to be huge stars. And the fact that they're already having the success that they've had, and certainly I don't think Owen Cooper is going to have just a little moment now and then fall off when he's 18. Imagine being a teen and appreciating the crew on set more than some Oscar winners. The fact that he shouted out the crew, always great. Yeah. And then Stephen Graham, who he starred as the dad in Adolescence, but he also was the producer. It was like his produced it. I don't think he created. Sorry, he was co-creator. Jack Thorne and Stephen Graham. It was directed by Philip Barantini. Yeah, he was co-creator of the show.
Sorry, I didn't mean that. But it's, the number is down.
See,
it's crazy.
Literally just the bit. It's just the fucking bit throughout the whole show.
JB, it's like they don't think it's real.
They don't believe it, man. They don't believe it. This is a real thing. These two young people are real. You hear me? Carter and Molly, their bladders are small. They had 2 bottles of water. And we got to get this money up, man.
I agree, dude. I agree. All right. Please welcome your next presenters, Malin Ackerman and Brittany Snow.
I've seen Brit saying that Adolescence winning is a big fuck you to the British TV and film industry that usually requires you to be posh and Londoner. Yeah, Adolescence, I think is like the biggest British show of all time now. It's like the first streaming show to top the weekly charts and has like the highest viewership of any UK streaming show in a week.
Wow, that took me a while to get here. Sorry, I was really slow to come out.
Oh, I don't mind waiting for you to come out.
Oh!
Thank you for the help.
Look, the feeling a lead actor brings forth in a character often resonates deeply with the audience, creating memorable experiences.
This year, we've been captivated by performances of
that's just like such a fan line.
Characters, both charismatic
Ginger
and
Panda,
flawed,
thank you for the 8
who
months.
work through their personal
The Real
demons,
Wolf, thank you
all
for the
while
10
trying
months.
to
Schmeggy,
navigate
thank you for the
complex
bits.
relationships.
Here are the nominees for Outstanding Lead Actor in a limited or anthology series or movie.
Colin Farrell, The Penguin. Stephen Graham, Adolescence. Jake Gyllenhaal, Presumed Innocent. Brian Tyree Henry, Dope Thief. Cooper Koch, Monsters, the Lyle and Eric Menendez story.
And the Emmy goes to Stephen Graham, Adolescence.
This is the second.
You know, I loved Colin Farrell in The Penguin. He's fucking fantastic, but I'm not mad about Stephen Graham.
An Emmy win and 3rd nomination this year for Stephen Graham. He is also nominated for writing and producing Adolescence.
This kind of thing doesn't normally happen to a kid like me. I'm just a mixed race kid from a block of flats in a place called Kirby. So for me, To be here today in front of my peers and to be acknowledged by you is the utmost humbling thing I could ever imagine in my life, and it shows you that any dream is possible. There's too many people to thank, but I am going to thank my friends and family. Without you, none of this is possible, and thank you for helping me, something I can't do on my own. Jack, everyone, Phil, everyone, I want to bring it to my dad for taking me to video shop when I was a kid and starting my education in film, Quarry Green Video Shop. My kids, Grace and Alfie, and my adorable wife, who I love with every ounce of my being. You are my rock, you are my world, you are my soulmate, and you know, and I know, without you, I would be dead. So, from the bottom of my heart, I love...
Okay, that is the type of energy I expect from Will Neff, all right? Next time he wins an award, if he doesn't look at me and is like, without you, I'd be dead. I'd be like...
you with everything I have, and namaste, everyone. Thanks very much.
Did I watch Adolescence? Yes, I did a full review on it. I definitely think you should watch it. You know, the other thing too is like maybe if people hadn't felt so rushed in their speeches and this whole charity bit, maybe we could have had some more just interesting, memorable moments from the show last night. Right? It's like, I don't know. It just, you got the vibe that a lot of people were like, I got to make sure I thank everyone. And then that's probably going to, it's probably going to be the speech. He's Jamaican. Yes. On one side of his family, they are Jamaican. Okay. We watched Hannah Einbinder and then my guy, Noah Wiley, first Emmy and lead drama actor.
Please welcome Emmy winner, Coleman Domingo.
And of course, it's Coleman who presents it.
Tonight, we celebrate more than performances. We celebrate the spirit of men who carry entire worlds within their craft. Men who do not simply play a role, but transforms body, voice, and soul until we, the audience, forget where the actor ends and the character begins. To witness their work is to be reminded of the power of storytelling.
God, he's so stage trained. I love it.
The way it can crack us open, hold us in silence, and demand we feel something true. They remind us that art is not just entertainment. It is revelation. Here are the nominees for lead actor in a drama series.
Sterling K. Brown,
TG Ruby, thank you
Paradise.
for 4 months.
Gary Oldman, Slow Horses. Pedro Pascal, The Last of Us.
You know what? Slow Horses, actually a pretty good show. I'm in season 1, but it's one that I just don't think has really gotten a lot of fanfare, but pretty good.
Adam Scott, Severance. Noah Wiley, The Pit.
And the Emmy goes to...
The Pit.
Noah Wiley, The Pit.
The biggest, I would say kind of the biggest like question of the night last night was the Severance, or was the Pit versus Severance, who was going to win? Because without the Bear and without the Bear and the White Lotus, which are 2 shows that have also dominated, it seemed as if it was really, I mean, they were awarded, but like nobody thought they were, especially not the Bear. Nobody was like, oh, the Bear's going to win everything this year. And so you had Britt Lower win for Severance, but then you had Catherine Lanasa win for The Pit. And then Noah Wiley wins for The Pit. And so ultimately, at the end of the night, it was The Pit that won Best Drama Series.
This is the first Emmy win and 7th nomination for Noah Wiley, who received 5 nominations.
And then Tremel Tillman won for Severance. So the acting wins, it was kind of like which one's it going to be?
Nominations for his supporting role on ER as Dr. John Carter.
Wow. What a dream this has been. Oh my goodness. First of all, to my fellow nominees, just having my name included in your company is the honor of a lifetime. Thank you to everybody at HBO Max and to Warner Brothers Television for allowing the conditions to exist for lightning to strike in my life twice. John Wells, thank you for being that lightning. To my creative partner in this endeavor, Scott Gemmell, till the wheels come off, brother. And to all the amazing artists who meet us every morning on Stage 22, the cast, the crew, the background, the technical advisors, the writers, the directors. You bring your A game every day, which inspires me to bring mine. And to my children, to my parents, to my step-parents, and to my beautiful wife, Sarah, who owns half of this, not just because it's California law, because she earned it. And mostly to anybody who's going on shift tonight or coming off shift tonight, thank you for being in that job. This is for you.
Wow, his tux was made by the Scrubs brand Figs, which is just a sweet tie-in to the show. I cannot wait for season 2. Where are my pitters at? Where are my pitters at? I would like to say that I'm responsible for a good chunk of people watching both Hacks and also The Pit. We here in the Quantarage community, we are the Pit Hive. We are the pitters. Last night was our night. They just landed in Pittsburgh for outdoor scenes. Last night was our night. We are eating good. We are eating good. Okay, here we go. We have okay, we watched that. I don't really need to watch Stephen Colbert. Okay, let's watch Mel Tillman.
Are we penalizing the presenters?
I cannot
So I can't keep track of all the money stuff.
I'm sorry, I just have to fast forward through this. I am not exaggerating when I say this was the whole show. Do you believe me now? Do you believe me now when I say that this was the whole fucking show? And then they had like the kids. They did the kids like, oh, these are the kids from the Boys and Girls Club. These are the stakes.
Ben still don't know about that, right? Something about Mary. You had to zip it up, right?
I got awards in, so let's just go ahead. What was the number? Oh, that did come in. Yeah, and Emmy winner Jason Bateman. I knew it.
You go first. There you go. Jason and I are here to present the Emmy for Supporting Actor in a Drama Series.
That's true, Jude. The artists we honor tonight elevated every scene they touched. They deepened the emotional arcs of every episode and ignited incredible conflict.
Simply put, they make every scene they are in undeniably memorable, and without them, the story is incomplete. Here are the nominees.
Zach Cherry, Severance. Walton Goggins, The White Lotus. Jason Isaacs, The White Lotus. James Marsden, Paradise. Sam Rockwell, The White Lotus.
My guy.
Tramel Tillman, Severance.
My guy.
John Turturro, Severance.
Okay, the Emmy goes to, I really hope you win, Tramel Tillman, Severance.
Tramel!
This is the first Emmy win and nomination for Tramel Tillman.
Okay, I will not let Jason Bateman off the hook for this. First of all, I have presented awards before. You always make sure that you know the exact pronunciation. If your brain is like, oh, I can't, is it this, then you have it written out. Like you do something to make sure that you don't say the name wrong. Especially when it's the person who's won. Also, they just said it. They had just said it. Now, is it as bad as Adele Dazeem? No. Nothing beats Adele Dazeem. Nothing beats the travesty of Adele Dazeem. But my guy, you just heard it. Isn't it phonetically spelled? Usually it is. If it's not, then you want to make sure it is, or that like you have practiced saying the names of the people who are nominated for the award. But they just had said Tramel's name. Posh Kenneth, thank you for the bits. Hell yeah, the pit. Oh.
You remember what you want to remember.
Wait, what did? Who was it that pronounced Frogan? Didn't they say Frogman when she won? When she won Rising Stars, like Froggin.
Time for what you want to make time for. Do the work. Show up. And most importantly, for the love of God, don't embarrass me in public.
Frogen.
My first acting coach was tough, y'all. But all great mothers are. Mama, you were there for me when no one else was, and no one else would show up. Your loving kindness stays with me.
Aww.
And this is for you. Thank you to the Academy. I am full, I am humbled, I am honored, and as my mama would say, ooh, look at God. Thank you.
God, he is so fabulous. He's so, just such a talent, such a talent. I can't wait to see more of where his career goes because, man, oh man, I think that's probably one of my fave wins of the night was Trammell Tillman. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Let's see. We've got. Oh, you know what was also a really beautiful win? This is a really beautiful win. Jeff Hiller. So this was also a lovely nomination, which I said when I covered the Emmy nominations. But Jeff Hiller winning for Somebody Somewhere last night was one of the surprises, one of the good surprises, I would say.
Please welcome two-time Emmy nominee James Marsden, Emmy winner Juliette Nicholson, and three-time Emmy winner Sterling K. Brown.
Don't worry about us.
No, they had him wheeling out there. They had him wheeling out there on this little tricycle, the foot scooter.
Great to share the Emmy stage with two of my all-time favorite scene partners.
Come on, James, you know you're the man, and I love working with both of you on Paradise.
And thank you all for the love you've shown to our show.
But we are a little bit miffed about our show not being viewed as a comedy.
After all, Julianne won an Emmy for her comedic performance in Hacks.
And Sterling, you've been nominated for your comedic performances in Brooklyn Nine-Nine and The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel.
Thank you very much. And James, you were nominated for Jury Duty, and that's funny stuff.
Thank you. You're welcome. So, I just don't get how three comedic powerhouses
Tell 'em, James.
were overlooked for our work in Paradise.
Come on now.
Yeah, I mean, what's funnier than 25,000 people evading the end of the world by moving into a bunker?
Yeah.
I mean, compared to headlines these days, that's positively feel-good TV.
And it's even funnier how your wife in the show missed the plane that took us to the bunker, but your barber didn't. Because your fade was tight every episode.
I gotta keep this tight, baby. You know what I'm saying?
So, Emmy voters, just keep us in mind for next year.
And now, here are the nominees for supporting actor in a comedy.
Yo, BB No Money. BB No Games. BB No Games raid. Thank you for the raid. What is up, everybody? I hope that you enjoyed. Do you know what Will Neff said to me before he left for the stream tonight? He was in the other room and he goes, I am not just the best dressed streamer. And he walks into the room with his fit. He goes, I may just be the best dressed man. And in my mind, I was like, I love you, but I'm so sorry. Coleman Domingo exists at the same time as you. So it is just scientifically impossible. It's just a fact. It's an objective fact. It's not, I don't make the rules. But yes, babe. Yes, you are. He looked great, though. I will say he looked amazing. He looked amazing. But I'm sorry, when we exist at the same time as Coleman Domingo. But regardless, how about best dressed straight man? Yes, there we go. That works. best dressed straight man. Absolutely. Not as good as the half suit, though. You're right. Not as good as the half suit.
Series.
Anyway, y'all, welcome in. I am doing one of my favorite things in the world, which is to recap a major entertainment award show. And that would be the Emmys, which happened last night. And so we are currently looking at the supporting actor in a comedy series win.
Ike Barinholtz, The Studio. Coleman Domingo, The Four Seasons. Harrison Ford, Shrinking. Jeff Hiller, Somebody Somewhere. Eben Moss-Backrack, The Bear. Michael Urie, Shrinking. Bowen Yang, Saturday Night Live.
Oh, I forgot Bowen Yang was nominated for SNL.
Okay, and the Emmy goes to Jeff Hiller, Somebody Somewhere.
Very surprising, but lovely
This is
win.
the first Emmy win and nomination for Jeff Hiller.
I feel like I'm gonna cry because for the past 25 years I've been like, world, I want to be an actor, and the world's like, maybe computers. And I just want to say, thank you to HBO for putting a show about sweaty middle-aged people on the same network as the sexy teens of Euphoria. Thank you to the Duplass brothers and Carolyn Strauss and Hannah Boz and Paul Thureen, who wrote a show about connecting and love in this time when compassion is seen as a weakness. And thank you to my sweet husband and my family for never laughing at me. And most of all, thank you, Bridget Everett. You changed my life, and you told so many people to believe in themselves, and they do. Thank you.
Yeah, that was not Bridget Everett, but Bridget Everett is a comedian and actress. I don't know why he didn't show her at the end, but anyway, that was beautiful. Beautiful win. And if you have not seen the show Somebody Somewhere, I would recommend. He's married to Jeff Bezos. No, he's not married to Jeff Bezos. No, he's married not to Jeff Bezos. Have you seen The Studio? Is it good? I've heard mixed reviews. I have seen The Studio. I really loved The Studio. Also, I worked at a major studio, and so I liked a lot of the jokes and a lot of the just taking the worst parts of the industry and putting it in a high stress, a lot of like one shot type scenes. I really liked it. I enjoyed it. I don't think that it should have gotten as many goddamn nominations as it did, but that's also just Hollywood, right? Hollywood loves Hollywood shows, even when they are shows that are kind of skewering Hollywood studios and executives. Anyway, anywho, yes, I recommend The Studio. I enjoy that show. Okay, we have Miss Kristen.
All right. John Oliver, by the way, added some time
Kristen
again. I
Milioti?
think they've won enough.
Oh my God, the bit.
Using. Through art, we can transmute painful truth into something beautiful. And these talented artists have all just done that. The nominees for lead actress in a limited or anthology series or movie are
Cate Blanchett, Disclaimer. Megan Fahey, Sirens. Rashida Jones, Black Mirror. Kristen Milioti, The Penguin. Michelle Williams, Dying for Sex.
And the Emmy goes to Kristen Milioti.
I swear to God, she was born to play that role. She was born to play Sophia Falcone.
This is the first Emmy win and nomination for Kristen Milioti.
I know Charlie is back because he's doing the new Ryan Murphy Netflix show. How do you go from Sons of Anarchy to Monsters by Ryan Murphy? What is going on? Who is his manager? Who's running his career? I'd like to talk. She deserves it after Jodie Foster stole her Globe. I agree.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so profoundly grateful. I thank you. So sorry, I wrote this on the back of notes that I took in therapy the other day. So don't look at the back.
Wait, I kind of want to read it.
I loved making this show, and I loved playing Sophia so much, and it's very hard to make sense of being alive right now in this world, and so I'm deeply grateful for the bright spots and making this show with our incredible cast and incredible crew, and getting to inhabit this woman was a bright spot for me, despite it being like very grisly. Playing her.
Oh, to have Colin Farrell just staring at me intensely with those big Irish eyes.
Felt like flying. And so, oh my God, are you kidding? Wow, okay, this really speeds. All right.
See, fuck this. I don't like this. I don't. I'm going to be the hater. I'm the hater. Okay? I am the hater of the telethon bit.
I want to thank my incredible family. They're here tonight with me. Thank you for supporting your strange kid and showing me movies that were very inappropriate for my age. I want to thank you. I want to thank my friends. I have the best friends in the world. You're the reason that I'm standing. You're the whole reason that I've gotten through life. I want to thank Lauren LaFranc, whose brain I want to freebase. She is the reason our show is so special. Okay, I want to thank the incredible Colin, the incredible Dee Dee, our incredible crew, HBO, my agents, Dean and Danny and Larry, and I want to also thank Casey and Sarah and Dylan and Matt and everyone at DC. Thank you so much. I love you and I love acting so much.
Yes! Acting! Oh, I feel that, girl. Yes! Yes, mama! Do it, lady! That is definitionally do it, lady. Do it, lady. Did you see she dropped her Emmy? Yes. Kristen Milioti accidentally dropped her Emmy as she fell at a party last night. Oh, no. Queen, diva down. Diva down. Diva down. Luckily, those things are pretty solid, so I'm sure it didn't break. There's a video.
Yes!
Oh, no, diva down! She's going to talk about that in therapy. Okay, the sound. Oh, I hope she's okay. But also the yes, hitting the yes. And you know what? That person is the reason why Kristen Milioti fell. And then everyone going, oh no. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, the sound is so. Yes. Oh, that is what we call an impact. That is how you make an entrance, folks. All right. That is how you make an entrance. Oh, speaking of entrances. Hello. Yes. Speaking of icons, speaking of divas, the little man. Yes. Hi. Look at his little tail. Why is a tail wag? You want to come up and watch some Emmys with me for 2 seconds until you decide to jump down? Okay. All right. Can you put your paw in the air and say, I love acting? I love acting. Okay. All right. Let's see who we have. Let's see. Okay. This is
Probst. During Survivor's 25 years on CBS,
This is
50
a scripted variety
seasons of our
series.
show, with the world watching, contestants must outwit, outplay, and outlast the competition until one takes home the prize. Tonight is no different, with two tribes that
Oh no, I'm sorry. Oh shit, I'm sorry.
that both have dug deep in their quest. And here, there is no immunity to protect them. Last week tonight, with John Oliver. And Saturday Night Live.
Okay, this is a funny bit.
Do you both know the prize you were playing for? All right, well, votes have been tallied. The sole survivor for the scripted variety series trophy in Emmy's 77th season is Last Week Tonight with John Oliver.
8 years. This is like their 8th Emmy in a row. Look at this streamer.
Last Week Tonight with John Oliver has received 6 nominations this year and a total overall of 69. This year.
Okay, honestly, Will, this is probably one of the best presenter bits of the night. Jeff Probst doing a Survivor presentation for scripted variety series.
His nominations are in production design, writing, directing, and scripted variety series. Accepting the Emmy on behalf of the team is John Oliver.
Is this? Thank you to HBO, especially Nacy and Casey and Nina. Thank you to our staff, especially Liz Stanton and Tim Carvel. Thank you to my wife, I love you very much. Thank you to our children, Hudson and Marzi. That's got to be enough. Fuck you, Nate Bargatze. That is a lot of money for you. And you can add a fuck to the swear jar as well. Thank you. Goodbye.
You know what? The bit worth it just to hear John Oliver say, fuck you, Nate Bargatze. Told him he had 20 seconds. Yeah. All right. Britt Lower. She defies space, time, and energy. I want to look like Angela Bassett when I grow up.
The lead actress in a drama doesn't just show up to work each day to act. They must transform. They must command our screens with a presence so
Angela Bassett is always doing the thing.
Captivating that we remember their performances long after the final credit fades to black. This year's nominees for lead actress in a drama series didn't just play characters. They gave us a masterclass in acting that was just
She said she doesn't eat anything
electrifying.
fun. Oh, damn it. I'm never going to have those arms.
Matlock. Sharon Horgan, Bad Sisters. Britt Lauer, Severance. Bella Ramsey.
Bad Sisters? Great show. Underrated show.
The Last of Us. Carrie Russell, The Diplomat.
And the Emmy goes to Britt Lauer.
This is the first Emmy win and nomination for Britt Lauer.
Bella's reaction, shady as hell. Man, it is The Last of Us. Talk about a show where season 1, just a fucking banger, especially episode 3 and just how much weekly discourse there was. And then season 2, just the fall off must be studied. No, it doesn't need to be studied. But truly feels like one of the biggest fall offs of recent memory between seasons 1 and seasons 2.
First, it's a privilege to even be mentioned alongside such an incredible group of artists. Wow. I share this award with my heroic cast and crew whose work catalyzes mine. I'm forever grateful to the visionary hearts of Dan, Jessica, Adam, and Ben. Thank you to the Academy, fifth season, Apple TV+.
Also, this says "Let Me Out."
And to my fans, to our fans, to my team, Kirsten, Fred, Joe, Jenna, Jody, and Jeff, my teachers, Mary and Connie. Thank you to my mom and my dad, my brother, my husband, our kids, our co-parents, our chosen family. I love you so much. Thank you for this. And thank you for Helly R for choosing me.
Last of Us. I don't know if there's ever been a show too where the reaction to the game was so pessimistic, was so negative. People fucking hated it. They hated what they did. And they had a chance to make things right. They had a chance, like, to not do a repeat. And yet they did. And the funniest thing was people who didn't know the game, who were just, regular HBO watchers who watched the show and went, what? I love the second game. No, I'm in the, you know what? I did not hate the second game like a lot of other people did, but I am of the camp of, I can't believe they did that in the beginning. And I know what the message is. I know about the cycle of violence. I get it, but still, I don't care. Yeah, they said no to fan service. Sometimes we just want to be a fan. I know. Okay. Jean Smart won her 7th Emmy, I think. Oh, I gotta be so for real. My girl Jennifer, she was just rambling on and on. Hey.
I made
real
it.
Bad. She was.
Wow. I am so honored to be here presenting the Emmy for Lead Actress in a Comedy Series. And I just want to say to the nominees,
Meddling Monkey, thank you for the 8 months.
You are all incredible talents. You really
Mango
are.
Mom, thank you for the 7 months.
Really, truly, I'm not joking. Between us, I was actually hoping to be nominated alongside you tonight for my work on this season of The Pit. I played a horny grandmother having a colonoscopy during a power outage. Yeah, and I had to play a lot of levels, Yeah, I even had to do my own prep. And girls, I just want to say, being nominated is such a huge deal. And
Okay. Ari, the Charlie Kirk thing. Let me explain. And this is not just because I love Jennifer Coolidge. The thing that's concerning me, and so this is relevant, it's concerning me that Charlie Kirk is not being presented as he really was. And so there are a lot of people who they don't know who he was. They don't know like that Charlie Kirk was a YouTuber who would say things that are pretty objectively heinous. They don't know shit about him. They just see like, oh, this young man who was giving speeches on college campuses was brutally murdered. And so it's why it is concerning that there's a whitewashing, a whitewashing that is occurring in regards to who Charlie Kirk was. And it's like, look, Charlie was proud of the things he said. So why is it that now he's gone the things that he said are no longer allowed to be said. Like, we're not allowed to use his own words so that people know the types of things that Charlie Kirk said, because he said them, and he said them over and over again, and he had no problem. He proudly stood by the words that he said. So what's going on? Like, what is happening? And anyway, so internet sleuths were like, wait a sec, Jennifer Coolidge just followed Charlie Kirk? I do not think Jennifer Coolidge followed Charlie Kirk because she's like, oh, I'm a big Charlie Kirk fan, and now I'm going to randomly follow him on Instagram because he's dead. I think it may have been what I think is maybe the case for a lot of normies, where they're like, oh, who is, like, they I don't know. And maybe I'm doing excuses. She just doesn't strike me as somebody who, like, has any fucking idea of this world whatsoever. I really do not think Jennifer Coolidge knows who Charlie Kirk was. Now I believe she has no clue. Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, I talked to the guys at the Academy tonight, and I asked them, you know, how many actresses are eligible in this category? And they thought it was around like 25,000. And I thought about it, that just doesn't seem right. And I think it's got to be around 25 million, you know, and then, you know, I guess
she barely knows what she's doing.
It's just narrowed down to you five. And girls, I won last year, and well, maybe it was like 2 years ago. And anyway, I just want to say this. I can tell you from experiencing, you know, winning, it's not all it's cracked up to be. It's really not, you know. I thought I had gotten really close with my fellow nominees, you know, especially after I won, you know, but
see this, I'm like,
I'm
what
pretty
is
sure
happening?
they removed me from the group chat. Yeah, and we were all supposed to go on a trip to Ibiza, and I found out that I wasn't included, and the only reason I knew that was because Elizabeth.
This is Tanya.
Becky and I have the same Ozempic dealer, and you know, at least hers is working.
This is so Tanya.
You know, I mean, now that I think about it, winning the Emmy, I think, you know what? I think it might have been the worst thing that ever happened to me.
Also, yeah, following someone doesn't mean that you are like co-signing everything they're saying. I mean, I follow people on Twitter who I absolutely don't agree with. I don't really do that anymore. But you know, a lot of journalists, like my journalist friends, if you were to look at their follow list, you'd probably be like, well, hold on a second.
And the nominees for lead actress in a comedy series are
Uzo Aduba, The Residents. Kristen Bell, Nobody Wants This. Quinta Brunson, Abbott Elementary. Iowa Debris, The Bear. Jean Smart, Hacks.
And the Emmy goes to, God help me, Jean Smart, Hacks.
This is the
Wait, I think Jean was supposed to present, which is why she's not in her seat.
7th Emmy win and 14th nomination for Jean Smart, and her 4th win for her portrayal of Deborah Vance on Hacks.
God, I love the piano.
Thank you so much. You honor me so much. If I was walking like John Wayne, it's because I broke my knee this summer and it's not quite repaired. But, you know, one of the best things about winning something like this is that you actually get to publicly thank the people you work with, our unbelievable crew, my incredible castmates led by the incomparable Hannah Einbinder.
Oh, sorry. I was looking. Oh, wait. I wanted to see. Wait. Sorry. Where was the? Oh yeah. This part.
10th nomination for Jean Smart and her 4th win.
Sorry, I was Googling to try to find the scene yet again of Deb Vance's big speech in season 4. And last time I watched this, people were like, spoilers. But it's just so good. It's so good.
Her portrayal of Deborah Vance on Hacks.
Look at her. Also, if you have watched Hacks, Hannah Einbinder is Ava Daniels. Like, less kind of, I think, I think probably more chill, obviously, but I think that is such an Ava Daniels thing to be like, oh, hi. Oh, let me hit my ankles. Yeah, better in social situations.
Thank you so much. You honor me so much. If I was walking like John Wayne, it's because I broke my knee this summer and it's not quite repaired. But, you know, one of the best things about winning something like this is that you actually get to publicly thank
I know she was
the
showing
people
the
you
pin.
work with.
No, I know.
Our unbelievable crew, my incredible castmates led by the incomparable Hannah Einbinder. And our showrunners, oh my God, beyond brilliant. And there's so many, everybody at HBO Max and Universal Television TV and the Television Academy, thank you so much. And my children who are my anchor, Joe, my cheerleader. And everybody, let's be good to each other. Let's just be good to each other. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's just be good to each other, y'all. All right. I'm just gonna watch a couple more here. Let me see. Oh, we can watch Seth Rogen winning for If Only.
Please welcome.
Why do I see her angry with a cigarette? That's from somewhere, right? Are you thinking of Babylon?
10-time Emmy winner, Stephen Colbert.
Also, it is kind of funny that Stephen Colbert won an Emmy. I think it's the show's first Emmy too. On last night on a on a show that is owned by the network that he just got fired from.
Thank you. Sit down. Thank you very much. We gotta go. But while I have your attention, is anyone hiring? Because I got 200 very well-qualified candidates with me here tonight.
I appreciate that they're uploading clips of just individual wins, if I can say that. Have they always been doing that? So they started doing this more when more and more people watch only clips of the show. There are a lot of people who now only consume major pop culture events by watching clips on Twitter or by watching clips on YouTube. So I've noticed that this has become more of a thing, just like having a lot of these shows just having a bigger digital presence because a lot of people consume stuff
Will be
digitally.
available in June. I also brought my own resume
Or
here
by
tonight.
watching CarolineKwan, true.
I haven't had a chance to update my headshot in a bit, but I think it still works. I think it's I'm in there somewhere after I get back from Istanbul, I'm sure. I only have the one. Harrison Ford, could you get this to Spielberg? Would you?
I don't care about him, but I recognize it's not good that a lib talk show getting canceled in Trump's America. Yeah, when I covered the whole Stephen Colbert show cancellation, I don't care for Stephen Colbert anymore. I used to be a Stephen Colbert fan. I don't care for him or the kind of like liberal aesthetics that people like him do. However, recognizing how the right-wing dominating forces, how the push to the push to just have total control, total power over the media by those on the right is very damaging, is very concerning. And a president, Donald Trump, a president exercising his power in these really, really concerning ways is bad. No matter like what your political beliefs are, we should not live under a system, under a person who believes that they can do whatever the hell they want, that they can control the media to their liking.
And the nominees for lead actor in a comedy series
I'm gonna grab
are
some water.
Adam Brody, Nobody Wants This. Seth Rogen, The Studio. Jason Segel, Shrinking. Martin Short, Only Murders in the Building. Jeremy Allen White, The Bear.
And now the Emmy for lead actor in a comedy series goes to Seth Rogen, The Studio.
This is the first Emmy win and 9th nomination for Seth Rogen. Also nominated for directing, producing, and writing The Studio.
Thank you. Wow, this is amazing. I so could not wrap my head around this happening that I literally prepared nothing. I've never won anything in my life. When I was a kid, I bought a used bowling trophy at an estate sale. And my parents were like, yeah, that's a good idea. You should probably buy that. Thank you to my wife, my mother, everyone who works on the show, my agents, my managers, the writers, everyone who guest starred on the show. Thank you so much. This is really just so lovely. I feel like I should, I don't know what to say. This is so nice. Thank you. I appreciate you all. Have a good one.
Oh, Seth Rogen. He's great. I do think he's super talented. I think he deserves his accolades. We need best comedy, if not just for my favorite presentation of the night. Oh yeah. No, I was gonna watch best comedy series, best drama series next.
Hey, everybody, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. I just want to say for Brad and I, it's an honor to present for Best Comedy Series. We were lucky enough to be on a show that won this award 20 years ago this month. Yeah. It was beautiful. It's a long time ago.
Long time ago, boy.
Yeah. It feels a little different to be on the Emmy stage tonight than it did then. I don't think we were wearing compression socks back then. Yeah.
Or hearing aids.
Yes. I don't have one of those yet. Thanks.
I got two.
Loved your harmonica
You know what
performance.
else I remember from that night is not only did we win for show, but my friend Brad here also won for Best Supporting Actor.
Thank you. Thank you. It's very nice. And you lost to Tony Shalhoub.
Yes, I did. I did. I don't know why we needed to know that fact, but yes.
You want to know something, Ray? I just thought that I would have been back here sooner,
in
Yo, where my Monk fans at?
some capacity.
What do you mean?
Well, I just thought after winning the Emmy, you know, I would have worked more. That's all. Don't think that if you win tonight, your life's going to change.
No, Brad,
It is
stop
not
it.
going to change.
Stop. Okay, you're doing fine.
Okay.
You are.
Am I, Ray?
Yes.
You're kind of fine, huh? You starred in a Scorsese film with De Niro, and I'm doing a guest shot on The Dog Whisperer.
What is that? You're out there. You're still out there. That's all that matters. Come on.
Let's be honest, I think the next time I'm on the Emmys, it'll be in memoriam.
Oh, no. We're going to stop this right in the bud, okay? You're bringing the room down.
Just be honest with me, okay? Am I going to make the cut?
What? What cut?
In memoriam.
I gotta read this.
You know what?
Just
It's
tell me.
such a
Just
valid
say
question.
it.
I mean, if it's a slow year, no doubt. No question.
Okay. Thank you.
All right?
You're a good friend.
Thank you. By the way, you're doing fine. He has his own comedy club in Las Vegas, okay?
It's in the food court.
If you were this funny back then, we could have won a couple more. All right, somebody's going to win. Here are the nominees.
Abbott Elementary.
Megan,
The
thank you for
Bear.
the 10 months.
Hacks. Nobody Wants This. Only Murders in the Building. Shrinking. The Studio.
Yeah, I love
What
Brad
We Do in the
Garrett.
Shadows.
One of my favorite voices.
And the Emmy, wait a minute. Here, you do it. Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah, do something.
And the Emmy goes to The Studio.
Thanks for all you do. One part.
For its first eligible year, the studio has received 23 nominations, which has tied the record for the most nominations in a single year for a comedy.
Thank you. I mean, it's getting embarrassing. I really appreciate it, in all honesty.
This is getting embarrassing.
Everyone who watched, I'll do my best attempt at sincerity here. If you watched our show, if you appreciated our show, if you voted for our show especially, thank you very much. I'm legitimately embarrassed by how happy this makes me. And to be standing up here with all these people, these are the best people I know, and to have them spend their days with me, working with me, is truly like one of the great honors of my life. So thank you to all these people so much. If anyone else wants to say something, we're already in debt. We fucked over the boys and girls. So anyone they'd like to thank?
We made a movie about executives. We want to thank Zach, Jamie, Michelle, Spencer, Dana, Scott, Kevin, Sandra, all the people at Apple and Lionsgate. Thank you guys so much.
Tim Cook, he's here. Thank you.
The first Latina to ever win in this category, co-creator Frida Perez.
Frida Perez, thank you.
Yeah, also, The Studio is the most awarded comedy ever. They broke the all-time record for most wins for a comedy series because they won 13 total Emmys, and the record was set 2 years ago by The Bear. Which is crazy. It's crazy to see like The Bear. Also the fall off of The Bear. Also the fall off.
You want to say something? Say thank you.
We want to thank Scott, Herbst, and Courtney Mock at Lionsgate, and my fiance Nick. I love you.
Thank you so much. In all honesty, thank you so much. We couldn't appreciate this more. Thank you to you all, for real. Thank you, guys.
Thanks to every executive out there.
Thank you to the executives. Thank your executives. Bye, everybody.
Frida Perez, she is the first Latina to win in the comedy category and the second ever to win as a second ever Latin person to win as a producer in any top series race in Emmy history. Yeah. Have I seen the studio? Yes, I've seen. I should go through a list of all the shows at the Emmys and which ones I've seen. The one that I have not seen still, and honestly, I'm just going to watch it. If Will doesn't want to watch it if he doesn't want to watch it, I'm just going to watch it. I need to watch Andor still. I am not a Star Wars person, but I've had so many people recommend Andor, and it also was nominated. Got a few nominations at the Emmys, so I think it's probably the only big series from last night that I have not yet seen. Like, I haven't seen any of it. Did you watch Monsters? I watched some of it. I honestly feel as if I'm always doing a mini protest, an individual protest of Ryan Murphy. I will always just say things like, Ryan Murphy, you will pay for your crimes. To whom am I saying that? I just say it. I just always am like in my head going, Ryan Murphy, you will pay for your crimes.
Celebrating 35 years on television from the Law & Order franchise, please welcome Christopher Maloney, Ice-T, Tony Goldwyn, Emmy winner Essie the Murkerson, and Emmy winner Mariska Hargitay.
That sound, that's the sound my phone makes when Mariska calls me.
We are your Law & Order dream team. Icons, veterans, survivors of so many rooftop chase scenes.
And we're all here tonight with one clear mission.
To remind you that Mariska Hargitay has literally solved more fictional crimes than most actual precincts.
She's been on SVU for 27 years. Wow! That's longer than some of you have been in therapy because of SVU.
And don't let the compassion fool you. Olivia Benson
The cut to Sydney Sweeney
will hug a victim and knock out a perp ball before lunch.
All right. Everyone settle. That's enough. I love you all. I seriously do. But this isn't the Mariska Lifetime Achievement Roast.
Wait a minute. This isn't the Mariska Lifetime Achievement Roast?
He's always in character.
And now, let's give some love.
I need to watch her documentary still, My Mom Jane, which is all about her relationship with her mother, who was Jane Mansfield, Hollywood icon. Hi.
Pardon me. No.
Best dressed straight man here. Best dressed straight man.
To the shows that are carrying the torch, pushing boundaries, and reminding us why TV drama still matters.
Here are the nominees for Outstanding Drama Series.
Andor, The Diplomat, The Last of Us, Paradise, The Pit, Severance, Slow Horses, The White Lotus.
And the Emmy goes to The Pit.
The Pit has 13 nominations, including casting, 2 directing, contemporary makeup, non-prosthetic, prosthetic makeup, lead actor, supporting actress, guest actor, sound editing, sound mixing, 2 writing, and drama series.
I don't want to hear any trashing of DePitt. In this house, we stand DePitt. to
saying
Pitt.
thank you so much to the Academy. I want to
not the
thank
Brad, right?
everybody at Warner Brothers, Channing, for believing in this show from the get-go. To Sarah and Casey and Joey at HBO Max for nurturing and supporting our show. To our amazing cast and crew and writers and directors. We wouldn't be out here without you guys. I have the best producing partners and friends in the world in John Wells and Noah Wiley. I don't know where he is. My secret weapon, Dr. Joe Sachs. Who else? Our friends, our families. And a big shout out, I want to dedicate this on behalf of everyone to all the healthcare workers, frontline, first responders. Respect them, protect them, trust them. Thank you.
The Pitt. The Pitt. My watch list is growing out of control tonight. A lot of good TV out there. I'm telling you. I mean, I still have stuff I need to watch. Fuck, guys, should I watch The Pitt? You know what this community is going to say. You know this community is going to say, yes, watch The Pitt. Watch The Pitt. Okay, I think we haven't watched Catherine Lanassa's win yet.
Catherine Zeta-Jones and Emmy nominee Jenna Ortega.
Can I watch Andor on stream? Let you answer that.
Good evening. Tonight,
I love that Jenna Ortega did not need to go this hard with this look, and yet she did.
we celebrate women who don't just play roles, they transform into them.
Each of these women's performances has sparked conversation and has reminded us of their demanding, powerful presence on screen. Their impact is undeniable.
They continue to raise the bar.
Oh my God, so true. This is giving Death Becomes Her. Absolutely. Wait, here. I'll show. Isabella Rossellini's top. Yes. Yes, good reference. Good reference. Death Becomes Her, a film we watched for film class. All the Jews.
And widen the lens on how we see the world.
Here are the nominees for supporting actress in a drama series.
Patricia Arquette, Severance. Carrie Coon, The White Lotus. Catherine Lanassa, The Pitt. Julianne Nicholson, Paradise. Parker Posey, The White Lotus. Natasha Rothwell, The White Lotus. Amy Lou Wood, The White Lotus.
And the Emmy goes to Catherine Lanassa. The Pitt.
This is the first Emmy win and nomination for Catherine Lanassa.
God, she's cute.
Oh my goodness. I am so proud and honored to receive this award from the Academy. My whole career, I wanted to work for John Wells, and he elevates everything in his wake. John, I'm so much better when you're around. Mostly because I don't want to get fired. Thank you, Scott Gemmell, the writers, and all the nurses that inspired Dana, Noah Wiley, the incomparable Noah Wiley, and the entire Pitt family. Joe Vance, Greg Wapnick, Brittany Ross, Suzanne Sulby, Martha Gaiman, without you I'm nothing, Warner's, HBO Max, and lastly, my children for making me real, and my beautiful husband, Grant Show, for helping me always with everything.
Bro, get out of here. Get out of here. She's literally wrapping up the speech. She's wrapping up the speech, and look at what they do. Also, they are a gorgina couple. They are a gorgeous couple. Okay. Is that all I wanted to do? Let's see. I haven't watched all of them. I wanted to make sure I watched most of the major ones. Did you see Hannah's response to the article? No! Wait, will you link it? Okay, we watched that. We watched this. We watched that. Oh, no. Wait. Oh, wait. What am I missing? Oh, maybe I should watch the In Memoriam, since I do quite a few In Memoriams on my own.
Please welcome 6-time Emmy nominee, Felicia Rashad.
Launch failure. Thank you for the 9 months.
He was a beloved teenager in an iconic television series who the world watched grow into manhood. And like all our friends and colleagues who transitioned this past year, Malcolm Jamal Warner remains in our hearts. Tonight, as is tradition at the Emmys, we remember them not just for their immense talent, but also for the way they made us believe.
Yeah, I covered Hannah.
In something
I covered that.
Bigger, the best that is within us. And even though they may no longer be here with us, we can all smile, knowing that their impact will remain, knowing that their lasting impressions will continue to live on through story, knowing that they touched our lives. And whether you grew up watching them or have just now discovered their brilliance, their light remains in the very fabric of our industry. Performing a song of remembrance for all of the members of all our television families who have passed on, here are Vince Gill and Lainey Wilson.
I know life on earth was troubled. Only you could know pain. You weren't afraid to face the devil. You were no stranger to rain. Coldest high on that mountain. Sun,
Okay, see if you can point out all the people that I did an In Memoriam to my own stream. And then I have to see which ones I missed.
Go to
Yeah, I did Julia McMahon, Terry Garr.
Oh, how we cried the day you left us. We gathered around your grave to grieve. Wish I could see the angels' faces when they hear your sweet voice sing.
Yeah, Dave, I did see the thing that you linked. I covered that. I didn't know if it was something else. Oh, yeah, I didn't talk about Lonnie Anderson. this was Dan Burrell. This happened recently. I was like not a huge Food Network watcher, but I did know she was known for her spiky blonde hair, her personality, and yeah, she died by suicide recently. It was really tragic. Is the country song a recession indicator? And remember, with in memoriams, depending on whatever show it is, they do an in memoriam to people who were like big in that medium. So they're not going to do they're not going to include necessarily people who were known for being film stars, unless they also did some, if they had like television work. But yeah, this is very TV focused.
In the arms of Jesus, eternal life, my brothers found. The day will come, I know I'll see him.
Oh, it's not a country song. It's a worship song, but it's just they have country singers.
Sacred place.
Lainey. What's her name? Lainey Wilson? Yeah, Lainey Wilson's like one of the biggest country stars.
On that holy ground, go rest high on that mountain. Son, your work on earth is done. Go love for the Father and the Son. Go to heaven, child. Love for the Father and...
Okay, straight up, this has been a long year because I'm seeing names that I'm like, oh yeah, I mean, I guess they were honored at the Oscars earlier this year, but it's all the same year. All right, that was as far as in memoriams go. Fine. Sometimes they're really awkward. Sometimes they just pick. Sometimes they're presented away. The song choice, it's like, what are we doing here, folks? What's going on? Sometimes they have performers who are just not hitting it at all. I always wonder, like, I always wonder for people in the audience, how many names they know of those who are included in the segment. All right, I think that's probably good. Let me see if there's anything else that I saved. Yeah, and I already looked at that Hannah Einbinder post. Okay, I looked at the backstage. Saw this. Okay, saw that. Can we watch this clip of your amazing performance? Yeah, I can't believe I wasn't asked to do a harmonica performance.
3, 2, 1.
I can't believe I was not asked to do a harmonica performance for the In Memoriam.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Neffel, happy birthday.
You can kind of hear it. You can. It's there. It is there. Yeah, his face. I know. James Lee, thank you for the 13 months. Okay. Let's real quick. Speaking of other stories happening in the celebrity pop culture world, I don't know if anybody saw this. Beyonce, Jay-Z, and Ivanka Trump last night in Atlantic City. Yeah. So if you see this and you are at all surprised, if you're like, what? How could Beyonce and Jay-Z be sitting at the same table as Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump? I need you to wake up. I do. I need you to wake up. I need you to understand that at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whatever revolutionary aesthetics Beyonce and Jay-Z have engaged in their music, in their artistry, you know, whatever they've said about Black liberation and all that, they are billionaires. They are billionaires, and their bottom line is the dollar. They have solidarity with billionaires. That is who has class solidarity in this world. As George Carlin said, it is a big club and you ain't in it. And it's so funny to me to see the ethical versus unethical billionaire off between different stand-ums. And it's like, do you not understand that they're all billionaires? Do you think that this is going to come down to like, oh, my billionaire, you know, the billionaire I stand versus the billionaire you stand? I know TikTok was twisting themselves. I know. And I've seen the Swifties going against the Beehive. And it's like, y'all, what are we doing? It's just, you have to know that somebody who you are a major fan of because you like their music, it's going to have to start and stop there. You cannot be looking at somebody like Beyonce and think at all that she is going to fix the problems in this world rather than be contributing to them. Okay. So stop being shocked. Stop being shocked when you see this kind of stuff. Of course. And then I saw like Billboard apparently, or I can't remember what account it was. They tried to post about how Beyonce and Jay-Z were sitting by themselves. No, they weren't. This is all just trying to like it's trying to like keep doing good PR for Beyonce and Jay-Z when you don't need to do that. Anybody who is like trying to keep making excuses, you should probably stop doing that. Yeah, especially at this point. And also Jay-Z was one of the chairs of this event. So the event last night was the Reform Gala. It is a very lavish gala that is thrown now every year, and it is to raise money for reform's efforts to transform probation and parole in America. So Meek Mill was inspired after he was after he was arrested in 2017 for a parole violation, it was ridiculous. It had something to do with like he popped a wheelie on his motorbike, and then he received a 2 to 4 year prison sentence, which is crazy. And so after that, he was like, "This is pretty fucked up. Like we should fix this." So reform started in 2019. Because of Meek Mill. And it's a good nonprofit. They've worked on passing bills in different states that are aimed at trying to fix the revolving prison door, the issues with parole and probation, etc. But anyway, so this is like one of those really fancy gala fundraisers, and Jay-Z is on the board. So he had a say in who was invited to this. So I've seen a lot of copium also of like, well, they didn't know who they were going to be sitting with. Like, sorry that they're just trying to raise money for a cause. You have to know that Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump are not persona non grata in these elite societies, in these elite circles. Despite their complicity with the, with the Trump administration, despite Jared Kushner eyeing the land in Gaza and saying that Gaza would be some valuable waterfront property, they are super wealthy and they are in these circles and they continue to maintain their relationships with their fellow billionaires. So for how lavish this gala was, the table decorations are beyond tacky. You know what? Speak on it. Speak on it. Okay. So this is anyway, a little bit of drama that's been happening. Jay-Z and Beyonce are under fire for dining with Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner. Also, Jay-Z and Beyonce at this point, they have a pretty long there's a pretty long sheet now of all the things they have done to remind you that they are capitalists, that they are neoliberal billionaires. They don't care about the things that you care about because those problems that we all have are not their problems. They are members of a small but very, very allied club, okay? And it is a club that you and me and most of us are never going to be a part of. So, yeah, anyway, just stop being surprised, I guess, when you see this kind of stuff. It's actually the dumbest idea to believe they didn't have a choice in their seat. It's a wedding, it's a wedding and their cousins from different sides of the family forced together, not billionaires. And also he's a chair of the foundation. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's very silly to try. And you know what it is? It's because people want to feel, when you are a fan, or I guess when you reach the point of being a stan of somebody, and so like they form your entire identity and you need them to be this beacon of morality because you want to, I guess, be justified in obsessing over them and making them be your entire existence. So what happens then is this like desire to form them in this way that you feel justified. Like there's some moral justification in them being your fave. So I don't know. It's like you see this with you see this a lot with like the Swifties versus the Beehive and kind of arguing with one another over who's a more ethical billionaire, you know? Did she ever apologize for the problematic shirt? No, of course not. Beyonce would never do that. Like Beyonce didn't say anything about when people were outraged that that Renaissance was going to show in Israel. She doesn't care. She does not care. She did not care when people were outraged at her taking $24 million to perform in Dubai. She did not care, did not say anything about the backlash to the shirt, the Buffalo Soldier shirt, where it was like on the back of the shirt talking about indigenous traders. No, she doesn't care. A bit off topic, but Jay-Z is trying to get in on building the new big casino. They're moving forward in building in Times Square with the goal of providing new jobs. He's a capitalist. They both are. They are ultra capitalist billionaires. And you must always remember that. So when you see something like Jay-Z and Beyonce hanging out at the same table as Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, it will not surprise you. Did you see on Twitter, Jay-Z came out saying Beyonce was bigger than Michael Jackson now, and Janet clapped him hard in the replies? Wow. Wow. Okay. Janet Jackson popping up to be like, I don't think so. Jay-Z said capitalist is a slur to bring down the black community. Yeah, it's because, look, this speaks to also the whole notion of black excellence. FD Signifier has a really great video on this, where black excellence is essentially just black people reaching the same.
My favorite social commentator.
Thank you, Blue3742. Thank you. Where it's basically black people having a seat at the elite table. It's black capitalism. And so rather than it being actually something that improves the lives of all black people, it's about individual black people who like make it to billionaire status. More black billionaires does not equal progress and equality for black people. It's actually time we have a discussion about how nasty and mean-spirited Beyonce actually is. How much it sucks to be a Sri Lankan worker making Beyonce's new clothing line. One sewing machine operator said that she was unable to survive on her basic wage of 18,500 rupees a month, which is $126. The newspaper claimed on average that seamstresses earn $4.30 a day, or $6.23, although acknowledging that workers at the factory were still being paid above the legal minimum wage of 13,500 rupees a month. Yeah. Remember when they had their Oscar party at the Chateau Marmont and the Chateau staff was on strike? And so people who went to J and B's Oscar party had to cross picket lines. They refused to change venues after specifically being asked to by staff. They don't care. But if I just pull myself up by my bootstraps and also somehow get ownership of many factories and exploit my worker for every dollar I can, then I can probably join the club. I'm sure of it. You know what? Yeah. Yes, you can. It's like, imagine if the people ruling over us violently were diverse. Wouldn't that feel nice? It really is the meme of they say a woman will drop the bomb one day. They say like a woman is driving the plane this time, where having women, having minorities in positions of power when they are only using that power to further the interests of the elite in our world does nothing for the oppressed. As a black person, as a woman, as a queer person, as any I realize I'm doing this where I'm like, as a black person, as a queer person, as anybody who's marginalized, having representation does nothing to change your material existence when that representation is simply continuing the status quo, which is built and maintained to benefit the wealthiest, the most elite. It's giving when like racist white dudes go, as a black woman, let me tell you that I hate Kamala Harris. Even dinner with the Kushners, Even dinner with the Kushners is one of the most iconic lines that has ever been said. Can someone pull up the clip, please? Pull up the clip. Even dinner with the Kushners. Yeah. More women drone pilots. More women drone pilots. I have never heard this before.
Missiles in the sky. I watch my life flash before my eyes, but at least there's one huge plus. We know that the bomber was a gay woman drone pilot. Hashtag girl boss. A gay woman drone pilot. Hashtag girl boss. Get my kid from school. I pull up, don't see him at all. I stop the car to head inside when a black van cuts me off. An armed agent steps out of the van. Next thing I know, I'm in an ICE camp, and I won't see my son again. At least I wasn't deported by a man. Brown woman, ICE agent. Hashtag girl boss. A brown woman, ICE agent. Hashtag girl boss. I got laid off by a woman CEO. Oh yeah, it was hashtag woke. Israel destroyed my olive farm to build a settlement. Thank God the IDF has gay soldiers in it. We'll continue bombing Yemen. It's fine, the Pentagon will be led by a black man. Don't you know the world's inherently violent? That's why we need more women drone pilots. Someone murdered a white family in the year 1983. Multiple witnesses saw the crime that night. They all agreed the killers were white. The police had a different idea in mind. They found a black man to malign. They framed and sentenced him to death. His appeal rejected by Harris. Black South Asian prosecutor. Hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian prosecutor. Hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian vice president. Hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian vice president.
Not Merrick's. Thank you for the tier 1. I'm sorry. The Kamala Harris in the fucking cop car. Kamala Harris in the cop car. Okay, does somebody have the link for dinner with the Kushners, please? If you don't know this line, I need you to know this line. I need you to know this line from Project Runway. Hey, Mbina, thank you for the 15 months. You mean dinner with the Kushners? Liberalism in a nutshell. Yeah, y'all, like, look, I'm never gonna tell you, you can't listen to Beyonce music anymore. You can't listen to Jay-Z music anymore. Because if we start down that path, well, but what I'm asking is like, just to remember why we don't engage in celebrity worship, especially with celebrities who are just, capitalists. They're capitalists. They're billionaires. It's all about the dollar. And so if you are trying to tie your politics to the politics of a billionaire like Beyonce and Jay-Z, you're going to run into problems. We don't worship celebs, but we can appreciate their art. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Here we go.
In some place that is neither Paris nor Montauk or Martha's Vineyard. I cannot see Carly wearing it anywhere, honestly. Like, not even to dinner with the Kushners.
Oh, no, Tyler, don't say that out loud. Holy.
Oh, no. Oh, no, Tyler, don't say that out loud. You know what? Tyler was right. He was right to say this. He laid that down and shocked everybody. He gagged them all. He did. He did. Let me hit that again.
Not even to dinner with the Kushners.
He knew exactly.
I cannot see Carly wearing it anywhere, honestly. Like, not even to dinner with the Kushners.
Oh, no.
Also, you want to know what's funny? Why would they be offended by that? She married into the Kushner family. He's just like, you wouldn't wear that at a family event? Like, we all know that you're a Kushner now. We all know you're a Kushner. So you don't even think you would wear this to like a family get together? So why is she responding that way? It's almost as if she maybe understands.
DES Local 47 reporting in.
Not
you
a
know
great
you had a
look.
good shift when her mouth hurts knotters.
Not a great look to be a member of the Kushner family. Yeah, the reactions are so dramatic. Kagger, thank you for the 30 months. So do not. Thank you for the 35 months.
Tyler, don't say that out loud. Holy.
That's your husband.
Yeah.
I was going to Paris. That was your challenge here.
I know.
Keep it to the challenge.
I could see you wearing it as something.
That's your challenge here.
I know.
That's your husband. It is like he said a slur. Honestly, the way they reacted, you would have thought that he said he said a slur. What the hell? We have a treasure train going on. All aboard the treasure train. All aboard the treasure train. OMG, Tyler, don't say that out loud. You can't. Tyler, you can't. Tyler, you can't. He's like, but I just did. All aboard the scam train, y'all. He's like, I did say it, and I'd say it again. And I'd say it again. Okay. I have to, let's see. All right, I already have that. Anonymous, thank you for the 7 gifted subs. Squirth, thank you for the tier 1. Wait, did y'all see this? Did y'all see okay, we actually have a rock with a backbone. We have a rock family member with a backbone, with something, with anything. The Rock's daughter, Ava, has doubled down on her remarks about the late Charlie Kirk. The next GM previously posted on her Instagram story, if you want people to have kind words when you pass, you should say kind words when you're alive. First of all, didn't even know The Rock had a daughter. Second of all, didn't know The Rock's daughter was based. Following backlash, Ava responded with another message, and I'll stand behind this. Be kind now more than ever. You want to know what's crazy, though, is that is controversial. It's crazy that saying if you want people to have kind words when you pass, you should say kind words when you're alive is like, hold on. And then her being like, yeah, be kind now more than ever. Excuse me? I cannot believe The Rock's daughter, who I wasn't even aware of before, has now said something that I'm going to stew in anger over until I find the next thing that's going to make me angry. People are so People are so fucking scared to speak ill of the dead. I don't care if you're dead. If you were a piece of shit, you don't become a good person in death. Yes. Right. So the don't speak ill of the dead. I'm sorry. I understand that people will say that because they have compassion for the living and yada, yada, yada. That gets used, though, as a way to whitewash somebody's heinous actions, the harm they caused when they were alive. It also is used in a way to like silence victims of somebody who caused harm to them when they were alive. So it's often used in a way that is like very intentionally trying to keep us from discussing someone's legacy in full. The fact that they said that about Henry Kissinger, and it's like, no, that bitch lived until he was over 100. That was a long enough life, way too long of a life, to get to now pull the no, don't speak ill of the dead. That he was over 100 years old when he finally died. No, there's not a time frame on addressing the horrible, horrible atrocities that Henry Kissinger committed while he was alive for over a century. And anyway, okay, so let's talk a little bit about like all the Charlie Kirk stuff and everything that's going on. Okay. So, actually, one second. I turned my air down because I am sweating. Harsh Apocalypse, thank you for the 9 months. Okay, so I wanted to watch. Taylor had a good video on this. About political violence. I don't know, y'all. It's like hard to. It's been hard to sort through.
These existing.
Actually, no. I know what I'm going to talk about first. I swear to God, Jamie Lee Curtis now says things because she knows that I have beef with her. I do. This has been a terrible year. Honestly, I mean, I think it started with her winning the Oscar. I think it started with her. We all do. I think it started with her winning the Oscar that she should not have won. And it has only gone downhill since then. Somehow she keeps finding ways to make comments and to behave so confoundingly. So, of course, when I open up Twitter today, one of the first things that I see is Jamie Lee Curtis fights back tears mid-interview on Bill Maher's podcast, by the way. She was chatting with Bill Maher. Mid-interview over Charlie Kirk's death, a father, a husband, and a man of faith, even if his ideas were abhorrent to me. Here is the clip.
Charlie Crist was killed 2 days ago.
Charlie.
I'm sorry.
Kirk. Right?
Kirk. I just call him Crist. I think because of Christ, because of his deep belief.
Mm.
I mean, I disagree.
Charlie Crist? Y'all, what is happening? What is going on? I swear, if things were not so serious, if I did not feel like we were living in real bad times, that it somehow keeps getting worse, then this would just be this would just be comedy, man. Charlie Crist. Like I don't know. Okay.
Agreed with him on almost every point I ever heard him say.
Yeah.
But I believe he was a man of faith.
Mm.
And I hope in that moment when he died that he felt connected to his faith, even though I find his ideas were abhorrent to me.
Yeah.
Here's my thoughts. Okay. Here are my thoughts. One thing that I am not understanding, I feel like I'm going crazy over, is the response from people who are supposedly liberal in their politics, which we know Jamie Lee Curtis over the last year has done and said some like really nasty things, over Charlie Kirk. Because there are look, I know that the way Charlie Kirk died was incredibly violent. I do not condone that. Everyone should condone political violence. Political violence, though, does not just mean a white male Christian ultra-nationalist influencer getting assassinated. That is not what is the only thing that we should be identifying as political violence. Okay? No, I said I don't condone. No, I said I don't condone. No, I don't condone. Whatever. I thought I said I don't condone. You said everyone should condone. Okay. Let the record show. Let the record show. I guess I'm pulling a Jamie Lee Curtis. Everyone should condemn the murder of Charlie Crist. All right. Everyone should condemn. You know what? They need to change those words. They're too close together. They're too close together. Okay. But it's like, what is happening though? Why are we not only acting as if not mourning someone is the same thing as celebrating, because it's not. And there are so many people who have said, I do not condone political violence. I condemn individual acts of violence like this one, but also you will not catch me shedding any tears for this man who spread a lot of hate and had quite a bit of influence in spreading that hate. And also, speaking of his faith, his relationship with Christ, Charlie Christ, he used that faith to push these heinous beliefs. He used it to moralize, saying things that were incredibly bigoted, incredibly sexist and misogynistic, just very, very hateful, and advocating for violence towards marginalized groups. So why not only is not mourning somebody who was as hateful in his rhetoric, what he advocated for, as Charlie Kirk, why is that this now being considered celebrating? But also, why do we have all of these liberals like shedding tears specifically for Charlie Kirk? I have not seen them do this for anybody else, namely the many, 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 many more Palestinians who we have seen on our, on our timelines, who we have seen be killed in the last 2 years. What's going on? What's happening? Like, there's so many things that Charlie said that are terrible. And it seems kind of intentional that the reason no one is posting Charlie Kirk quotes in their memorializing of him is because the things that he said are like really objectively bad. And so instead, they're just like posting scripture or they're making AI videos of him. It's because the media got in early with the narrative that he just debated at colleges. I know, but also you have Jamie Lee Curtis recognizing this. This is somebody who is saying like, I disagreed with everything he said. I found what he said abhorrent. And yet she's sobbing about him. And ultimately the point of her remarks is to place emphasis on what a godly person he was, where it's like somebody who is like very explicit in being religious, no matter what they say as a part of those religious beliefs, especially when they use those religious beliefs to push harm onto marginalized people, that it's just the fact that they're so religious that we should be respecting of that. That like, that is the thing that's the most important. Yeah, they said a lot of horrible things, but they were a man of God. Because here's the thing. I was raised Catholic. My understanding of the Bible and of Christ was not at all what Charlie represented. And here we are having to have a conversation yet again about how Christian ultranationalists who cite the Bible, who use in the name of Jesus Christ and of God to further oppress already oppressed peoples, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. And we can't just be like, oh, well, I have respect for them. I revere them because they were a person of faith. Well, guess what? Faith has been used throughout history to commit some of the worst atrocities in this world. Faith, the Christian faith that Charlie like abused, that he twisted, that he was so cynical in his utilizing Christianity, the teachings of Christ, in the opposite way of what Christ intended.
I still believe he's a father and a husband and a man of faith.
And it's like, why does this only get applied to white people? Why is it always like, oh, the father, the man of, like, oh, they were a husband and a father, and why? And again, I'm asking rhetorical questions. Like, I know the answers here, but it's just confounding. I'm just like.
And I hope whatever connection to God means that he felt it. Yesterday was 9/11. I know there is video.
Yesterday was 9/11.
Of his assassination. I know people who've seen it. Yesterday, we watched again these images of those buildings coming down. We as a society are bombarded with imagery. So we don't know what the longitudinal effects of seeing those towers come down over and over and over and over again, or watching his execution.
Now, I think it's the tragedy of 9/11 and then also the ensuing 24 years of incredibly violent policy in the Middle East, which includes the invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan, drone strikes across the region, genocide in Palestine. I think it is something that a lot of us who recognize the perils of American imperialism, of how lives in the Middle East are treated as simply a tool to enrichen companies and individuals in this country, that they profit off of war, off of death, like this type of violence that is baked into our policies, like that is so normalized. I think that's something that absolutely is disastrous. And I think it's not just, of course, what's happening outside of America that we are responsible for, but what's happening domestically. Like, so there is, I like that Jamie Lee Curtis is trying to tie everything together and going, I think people are really damaged specifically by watching videos of the World Trade Centers every single year come down. And it's like, Jamie, I think you're missing quite a few things, though. I think you're missing quite a few things. And I don't think that on 9/11 for the last 24 years that people watch the towers coming down. Like, I don't think that that's a part of people's 9/11 every year. I don't think you sit there and go, well, I guess, I have my coffee and now is the moment that I'm going to rewatch for the 25th time or the 24th time the towers coming down. For some people, I'm sure they do, but I think for others it's maybe not that. Like, does she spend every 9/11 doing that? Probably.
Over and over and over again. We watched the Zapruder film, by the way, my birthday, November 22nd. I'm associated with this awful day of someone being assassinated on television. But it's, as you know, the Zapruder film is the only visual document that moves, that shares that horror of what happened. But here we have now these images.
All the time, every day.
And we are inured to them and we are numb to them, but they are in there. We don't know. We don't know enough psychologically about what that does. What does that do? That kind of, I don't ever want to see this footage of this man being shot.
I didn't watch it. I think it diminishes the depth of humanity.
I do think that there are a lot of white people who only are moved by violence, who only see violence when it happens to other white people. When it happens to people who look like them, who they relate to. And I think that's never been clearer as to the response of 2 years of genocide against Palestinians versus Charlie Kirk, a right-wing white supremacist influencer being assassinated. There's a lot of people who notably have been more affected by this than 2 years of the most televised genocide of all time. I don't know. And the thing is that if this were just the only thing Jamie Lee Curtis had said, I'd go, okay, not great, but also whatever. Jamie Lee Curtis has consistently publicly said things or done things that just has me crossing her out. Okay, this is the same woman who posted a photo that a New York Times photographer had posted, and it was Palestinian children looking up at drones flying over them. And she said terror from the skies. And she meant to post it as a way of going, look what Israel has to deal with. She thought these were Israeli children who the terror from the skies was Hamas, was the Palestinian threat. And then when it was pointed out that, hey, those are Palestinian kids, she deleted it, and then that was it. There was no like reposting it and then going, oh, you know what? Praying for these little Palestinian children. No, it was like two different actions to indicate how little Jamie Lee Curtis cares for Palestinian children. She don't give a fuck. She don't give a fuck.
Power structures. The violence that is all. That's usermag.co. You can Free Speech Friday, my series on the fight for free speech and civil liberties online. Today, I want to talk about political violence.
Charlie Kirk's murder is the latest high-profile
Political violence, the thing that everyone seems to only really talk about when it occurs to somebody whose political beliefs they agreed with. Amanda Seyfried is a queen. You should see what she said and repost it. Wait, will you link it to me? Ninjite, thank you for the 36 months. Patrick, thank you for the prime. Dead End Joker, thank you for the bits. Did she think they were white kids looking about hang gliders or something? Yeah, absolutely. It's the same thing. No empathy for non-white people. Yeah, and so we can't. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Did you see Pastor Howard John Wesley's sermon about Charlie Kirk?
Charlie Kirk did not deserve to be assassinated. But I'm overwhelmed seeing the flags of the United States of America at half-staff calling this nation to honor and venerate a man who was an unapologetic racist and spent all of his life sowing seeds of division and hate into this land. And hearing people with selective rage who were mad about Charlie Kirk but didn't give a damn about Melissa Hortman and her husband when they were shot down in their home.
Donald Trump was asked about Melissa Hortman today and literally went, who?
Tell me I ought to have compassion for the death of a man who had no respect for my own life. I am sorry, but there's nowhere in Bible where we are taught to honor evil. And how you die does not redeem how you lived.
Yeah. How you die does not redeem how you lived. Charlie Kirk died a very violent death. It does not mean that then gives people the leeway, gives people the right to whitewash what he said and what he was responsible for when he was alive. And it should not be this massive witch hunt right now. I'm going to use the words of the right, okay? Cancel culture, witch hunt, the way that they are seeking out to destroy anybody right now who is not like eulogizing in a very reverent way somebody who was a bigot, who was a white supremacist, who did not believe that all people had the right to the same rights. Why do we have to act as if Charlie Kirk was some holy person? He was not. And he was proud of that fact. He was proud of the things he said. That's why he said them. And he said them over and over again on podcasts, on YouTube, all across the internet. He never He never hid the things he was saying. And so why are other people trying to hide it now? Why is it controversial to be like, I am not going to mourn. I'm not going to shed tears because I'm not Jamie Lee Curtis, but also because I thought that Charlie Kirk was a person who was contributing to a lot of harm. He was not just he was not just a person who was like along for the ride here and taking advantage of the environment. He was an architect of said environment. And he basically said, sucks to suck about victims of gun violence. And I think it's like important to point out to point out the irony there and to be like, hey, this is a person who was ultimately a victim of gun violence, who was ultimately a victim of his own advocacy, who did not believe that if he were somebody else and he, Charlie Kirk, were reacting to this person's violent death via a sniper rifle, that he would be like, that's how it goes. That's an unfortunate reality that we have to contend with in order to protect our freedom, our complete gun rights in this country.
You do not become a hero in your death when you are a weapon of the enemy in your life.
Yo, this man is spitting. This pastor is spitting.
I can abhor the violence that took your life, but I don't have to celebrate how you chose to live. I am overwhelmed.
It's like what happened to Charlie Kirk was an act of political violence in the way that everybody's talking about it now. But also Charlie Kirk's rhetoric was an example of political violence. Charlie Kirk was a person who advocated for political violence. And yet, Amanda Seyfried weighs in on Charlie Kirk when he said 0 people from Gaza should be allowed to come to America, period. He was hateful. I don't know why, but Amanda Seyfried kind of, she kind of gives the vibes of someone who's like 40 years older than she actually is. Amanda Seyfried is 39. But this is something that like your grandma would type this like that. Just putting in the 2 cents. Just putting in the 2 cents. Okay. Anyway, let me go back to
Example of political violence in the U.S.
The murder of Charlie Kirk is heightening concern about the rise in cases of political violence across the country.
Political violence has become all too common in American society, and this is not who we are.
This is yet another example of the sad reality of rising political violence in our country.
Mr. Ouchie.
A few months ago,
let me just tell you something. Okay, this might surprise you. You might never be that popular ever. I would never want to be as popular as Charlie Kirk saying the things that Charlie Kirk said. Saying the things that he said about the people of Palestine, how he gleefully cheered on a genocide, saying what he said about trans people, about gay people, about women, about black women in particular, about black people in general. I would rather be I would never ever adhere to those beliefs that brought Charlie millions of followers and the influence that he had. If you died, we will pull up your violent talk and you will look worse. I will bet you every single dollar I have that is that is objectively untrue. You could not possibly pull up all the violent talk and make me look worse than a person who believes that not all human beings are equal. It's sick. I'm just gonna. I'm done with you, and I'm gonna ban you in 2 seconds. I just hope. I just hope that when you wake up one day, maybe you look around and go, goddamn, the people who I think are violent are actually the ones who are pushing back on those who are violent to marginalized people in this world, to people who are just trying to survive, just trying to live their lives. I thank God no one will think like you. Oh, buddy. Oh, Mr. Ouchie. You know, I don't envy you. I don't envy this angry little chamber that you reside in, where you honestly are a very stupid person. I don't envy you for being really fucking stupid. Sad. It's sad. Sad.
Made a video called "Someone Needs to Do It" about the popular meme encouraging someone to finally Trump. I don't even need to have to say it. You know what I'm talking about. In that video, I talked about how asking the public to uphold norms while our entire government and everyone in power flouts due process on a near daily basis and never holds themselves to the same standards is a farce. I cited a research report that found that more and more Americans endorse direct political violence and are expressing a plummeting faith in our political system and democracy. Josh Citarella, a researcher who studies extremism, told me, quote, "The liberal project has basically failed. The enormous accumulation of wealth and power by oligarchs invalidates the rule of law. The end result is that you can theoretically have executions in the public square."
I think this is what is so causing me to feel crazy right now, is how somebody as hateful as Charlie, literally, let me just play this short clip of some of Charlie's greatest hits. Obviously somebody saying that my violent talk is worse than it's laughably dumb. Okay, it's like so. It's just simply cannot ever. There is no comparison. There's nothing. But I think what's concerning to me is how many normies believe that Charlie was just a husband and a father and a YouTuber. And sure, he had some conservative beliefs, but hey, at the end of the day, we're all human beings here. Well, guess what? Charlie Kirk did not believe that. Charlie Kirk did not look at all his fellow human beings and go, you know what? We're all human beings. So why the fuck are we doing that about him? He didn't believe that. This is not just a difference in political opinion. This is a difference in how we should treat our fellow human beings. This is a difference in believing that everybody has rights or only some people are deserving of rights. It is not just a difference of opinion when that opinion concerns people's lives. What the hell are we doing? What is going on? I really appreciate your commentary. Thank you for creating a space for this type of conversation. It's summarizing my feelings I'm feeling right now in an extremely toxic and negative space. Yeah, it will make you feel like you're losing your mind to see all this stuff where you're like, I'm sorry. Is this the same Charlie Kirk that I remember? So he deserves to die. Okay, so this is something that a lot of people keep saying as a like gotcha, which is why I think the I condemn political violence is now the same thing as like when we used to have to condemn like Israelis being killed on 10/7. Oh, so you think he deserves to die? Which actually, you know what? I'm not even going to, that comparison doesn't even fully work, but you get the idea of it, where it's like, you have to do this one thing first before you're allowed to say this other thing. Like, I don't think those are one-to-one comparison. I'm just trying to make the, like, it's kind of the same energy here. Bro, you can't say things like this when that is not what somebody has said. Just got here, but that's fair. See, that's annoying, though. Do you get how annoying that is? Do you get when you come into a conversation? I'm 4.5 hours into my stream. Would you do this in the real world? Would you walk into a room in the middle of a conversation that people are having, in the middle of a speech someone's having, and ask something that's honestly, this is a stupid thing to ask. This is a like attempt at a gotcha. You would never do this. You would never do this anywhere except for a Twitch chat. People love to come in and just go, oh yeah, I've missed everything else beforehand, but I'm going to speak to you in a way that is like some type of gotcha. It's really annoying. It's really very annoying.
Holocaust. Absolutely, I am. In fact, it's worse. It's worse. Were these blacks trying to go rob her? Happening all the time in urban America. Prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. Black crime is a major issue in our country. Why are you pushing criminal justice reform exactly? Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson, they're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Now, the southern border is, of course, the great replacement. They're trying to replace us.
And you know what the thing is that right now, there are psychopaths who are putting together websites, who are getting people fired, who are doxing and harassing people who either haven't even spoken about Charlie Kirk or who have said, hey, I don't condone what happened to him. I do not think violence is good ever, but also I am not going to mourn. I'm not going to mourn the loss of this man because he caused so much harm. And those people still are being punished because right now the environment is anything short of lionizing Charlie Kirk, anything that is not Charlie Kirk, my Lord and Savior, Charlie Crist. What an amazing, godly man. This father and husband, this person who, you know, at the end of the day, we just both wanted to make America great again. Anything that's not that then is now unacceptable to the point that they will, these people are seeking to ruin your life. They are trying to get you fired from your work. They are trying to like see you imprisoned. It's insanity.
Demographically, they're trying to make the country less white. It is an anti-white agenda. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. Taylor Swift is now engaged to Travis Kelce. This is something that I hope will make Taylor Swift more conservative. Reject feminism. Submit to your husband, Taylor. You're not in charge.
America was at its peak when we halted immigration for 40 years and we dropped our foreign-born percentage to its lowest.
And here's the thing. Let me just make a differentiation between people who hear the things that Charlie Kirk said and go, yeah, but at the end of the day, it's just words. Like, whatever. He said it, you know, he wasn't out in the street actually physically hurting people. So the difference is when you are a person who it is just words. It is. And it's just all, you know, if you're Ezra Klein and like politics is just a game to you, there's no real stakes because this doesn't affect you. It doesn't. And so you'll have your little debates. You'll have your, you know, your political adversaries. But at the end of the day, it's just a game. And you go home at night and that's it. That's all. I think it really exposes the type of person that you are when at this point you listen to the many, the compilations of the many really egregiously awful things Charlie Kirk advocated for. And you go, oh, well, it's just words. Basically, everyone I know has come out as Kirk supporters, so it's nice to come somewhere that feels normal. Yeah, that will make you feel crazy. You're like, what is happening? Brawat, thank you for the tier 1. Jeans Lee, thank you for the tier 1.
Level ever.
Miss Rachel, you quote Leviticus 19, love your neighbor as yourself. The chapter before affirms God's perfect law when it comes to sexual matters. In Leviticus 18 is that thou shalt lay with another man shall be stoned to death. Can we get that picture up, Ryan, of that Marvel's Avenger team? Now, I don't know who the person is on the left. Is the person on the left that came and did the interview with Joe? The TikTok, your government is being run by freaks.
He also had a sit down with the cop who killed Breonna Taylor and even defended it. Yeah, and the same way that like Charlie or many people on the right have talked about George Floyd in a mocking way, have mocked the murder of George Floyd.
Immediately, I have like a flashback to a country where weren't able to do Bud Light commercials. What does being trans even mean? Is that even a real thing? It means you need therapy. We must ban trans-affirming care the entire country. I do think that there is a direct correlation between someone's testosterone and their politics. On young men, the lower their testosterone, the more likely they are to be Democratic.
So if you had a daughter and she was 10 and she got raped and she was going to give birth and she would, and she was going to give birth and she was going to live, would you want her to go through that and carry her baby?
That's awfully graphic.
It's a real life scenario that happens to many people.
The answer is yes, the baby would be delivered. When blacks in America did not have the same rights they had today, they were less murderous, there was less break-ins. Why is that?
So I'm sorry, are you trying to say that blacks thrive under subjugation?
No, I'm not. I'm saying I'm asking you the question. The data shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad, it was evil, but what happened? Something changed.
I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends, the administration.
There's another Charles famous for just saying words, but he died in jail. Yeah. People try to say we quote him out of context. No, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's maddening. This is what Charlie made. Why do you think Charlie became popular? Do you think Charlie became popular because he didn't say the things that people are attributing to him? Charlie became popular because he said these things and he also understood the value of the internet. He knew how to use the internet to like create viral clips, to constantly have his name and his face circulating. And he gained like he had lots of followers, lots of supporters. He reached quite a few people.
That is what we're going back to.
Would you mind linking that video? Yeah, I mean, and this is just one, this is one 2-minute video here. There are go watch any of his content. Anyway, the reason that it is important it's important for people to understand the things that Charlie Kirk said, what he was advocating for, the influence that he had and how he was using that influence, is because we need to understand that this violence is not happening in a vacuum, right? That like the violence that Charlie Kirk was the victim of, the violence that we are seeing every day, whether it is an influencer being gunned down or a genocide occurring, like this is all political violence. America is an incredibly, incredibly violent country. Unfortunately, we have normalized so much violence that a lot of people don't feel moved or shocked by violence anymore unless it's a specific act such as this. And it's also important because somebody like Charlie Kirk was not just contributing to, he was an architect of this incredibly angry, violent culture that we reside in.
After Charlie Kirk was shot, every political leader and liberal pundit came out of the woodwork to condemn political violence. Charlie Kirk, who espoused some of the most violent, hateful ideology around, is already being treated as a martyr. Ezra Klein declared that while he and Charlie had their differences, you know, the whole black people and women are human beings who deserve rights thing, fundamentally they were, quote, on the same side. Trump said that he would award Charlie Kirk the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The Yankees flew their flag at half-mast, as did a slew of government buildings. Liberal influencers posted teary eulogies to TikTok. I could go on, and I'm sure you've seen the posts, and there will be a lot more of these types of posts in the coming weeks, I'm sure.
But I think what happens when you whitewash, whether it's liberals or Republicans doing this, when you whitewash the rhetoric of someone like Charlie Kirk, that in effect only serves the further radicalizing to the right, the further shift to the right that we have been experiencing here in this country. That when someone like Charlie Kirk is considered a moderate, when his words are like called, you know, when it's sorry, Will's just asking me if I want some food. I do. When someone like Charlie, the things that he said, when it's treated as like not that serious, not a serious thing, then it's normalizing this, and also it is pushing us more and more and more to the right, which is only an environment that is going to produce more violence.
I want to talk more about political violence because I think discussions of political violence and the way people in power continue to talk about it exposes a huge rift in our political environment right now. When political leaders and the media wring their hands about political violence, they're not actually talking about violence in any like universal sense. They're talking about violence specifically against elites or people who look like them or people who maintain these existing power structures. The violence that is already a daily feature of life for poor, immigrant, Black, disabled, and queer communities is completely invisible to them. Police tear gassing a crowd of teenagers demanding accountability for the murder of George Floyd is never deemed political violence. Federal agents shooting pepper balls at medics in Portland is not seen as political violence. But the second a right-wing figure is harmed, it becomes a crisis for democracy on cable news. This double standard, of course, has always been there, and it's why so many people, especially in the Middle East and other countries that we've inflicted horrific levels of violence upon, hate the American government. But cell phones and social media have finally made this hypocrisy crystal clear to members of the American public. And I'm not even just talking.
I feel like it's only hard to understand why his racism and his talking points was so dehumanizing and therefore not something to just skirt around, not something to whitewash. It's only hard to understand when you are also like fucking racist, when you really don't care about this, when it doesn't affect you.
About atrocities abroad. After George Floyd's murder in 2020, millions of people took to the streets to demand an end to racist police killings. What they were met with, however, was an unprecedented wave of state-sanctioned violence. The Department of Homeland Security deployed tactical teams into cities. Police kettled and beat and arrested journalists. Protesters were shot point blank with less lethal munitions, losing eyes and sustaining permanent injuries. People died in protest-related incidents, but how many of those deaths were mourned by the mainstream media as martyrs of democracy? None. And just months after the peak of Black Lives Matter protests on January 6, 2021, a violent mob stormed the Capitol, calling for the lynching of elected officials and overturning the election. But their violence was excused. Those rioters overwhelmingly received lighter sentences than Black Lives Matter protesters. Some even used the event to launch their careers as influencers. Kyle Rittenhouse was acquitted of all charges for shooting anti-fascist protesters dead, while peaceful college students ended up in jail. And of course, none of this is new. You can look back at American history and see
Also, here's the other thing. Charlie Kirk has been labeled a free speech warrior, okay? He was not. When he was alive, he did things like create a professor watch list, which was specifically to get academics fired who he didn't like. Academics, on the left, and especially ones who talked about race and gender in ways that Charlie Kirk disagreed with. He also was he was of the free speech, anti-woke cultural kind of he was a person of that type of way of operating, like the things that, the beliefs that they espoused, but who didn't actually adhere to that, like who didn't actually believe that. It was very much a like free speech for people that I agree with. But it is ironic that he also supported people being arrested. Like he supported pro-Palestine student protesters being prosecuted. But it's ironic that, okay, if Charlie Kirk was a free speech warrior, he was not, but we're casting him in this light of being a free speech warrior. So for people now who are pointing out that they did not like him, that they vehemently disagreed with every single thing that he said, and therefore we're not going to shed tears over him no longer being here, although they don't agree with the manner of his death, with the fact that he died, and also the manner of his death being very violent, that free speech is not allowed. So the irony in like memorializing someone who was supposedly a free speech warrior, but not allowing anybody the freedom of speech to say anything about this person that is not with reverence, that is not like, oh yeah, I loved Charlie Kirk.
The state enact violence on our own citizens over and over and over and over again. I think a lot of what happened in Standing Rock in 2016, the government, under Obama, mind you, sent armored vehicles and a militarized police force to attack indigenous people who were defending their sacred land and water. Protesters were blasted with high-pressure hoses in freezing temperatures. They had dogs set on them. People got concussions and other injuries. The media framed the event as clashes, but thankfully we were able to witness what actually happened as it was live streamed on Facebook. When the COVID pandemic hit, violence against marginalized people was fully normalized. Immigrants, people of color, and the poor were and are currently being sent into deadly workplaces with no airborne disease protections. Prisoners are being left to die of COVID-19 in overcrowded facilities with, again, zero airborne disease mitigations, even today. Joe Biden successfully convinced liberals and even leftists to completely devalue the lives of people around them to the point that, again, even leftists today believe that it's morally neutral to infect and kill or permanently maim those around you by infecting them with airborne disease because you don't want to wear a mask. Killing and disabling millions of Americans by encouraging the spread of an airborne vascular disease.
Did you see the video of Shahid Bolson? No.
Is also violence. In Atlanta in 2023, when activists protesting Cop City were stalked, arrested, and even killed, these pundits mourning political violence were nowhere to be seen. Manuel Tehran was shot and killed, and the state labeled them a domestic terrorist for peacefully resisting a police project. According to Mapping Police Violence, more than 1,000 people are shot and killed by the police every year, overwhelmingly people of color. When ICE raids rip apart families in the middle of the night, That is also police violence. Since January 1st, 2017, at least 70 people have died in ICE custody. ICE detention facilities recorded 13 more deaths just in the first half of this year alone. And these figures are a massive undercount of the harm that ICE does. ICE will also release people shortly before their death, just so they're not counted as dying under ICE custody. Just last month, a man fleeing an ICE raid at Home Depot right here in Los Angeles was killed. The ACLU found that 95% of people's deaths under ICE detention were preventable. And then, of course, we have school shootings, which are completely normalized in this country. Almost the exact same.
You know what's crazy is like the shooter in the Colorado high school that happened at the same time Charlie Kirk was shot. Classic, had neo-Nazi beliefs and hardly making a ripple, of course, because why would the media focus on yet another school shooter who was a neo-Nazi, who was an angry young white man who was falling down the path of really extremist, hateful beliefs? They don't care. Of course not.
Time that Charlie Kirk was shot, students at Evergreen High School.
Not only do they not care, it's in their interest to not draw attention to it.
In Colorado were running for their lives from yet another school shooter. Kirk defended these shootings and said that victims of gun violence were necessary casualties to defend the Second Amendment. But we've had dozens of school shootings over the past couple decades, resulting in hundreds of casualties and injuries to children. Just last year, the American Academy of Pediatrics issued a report saying that school shootings were at an all-time high and becoming even more deadly. My point is that Americans are already exposed to unfathomable levels of political violence every day. And so the hand-wringing from people in power when someone like Charlie Kirk falls victim to that same violence just really rings hollow. It especially rings hollow when our country is in the midst of facilitating a genocide. As one Palestinian posted in the wake of Charlie's death, quote, "Sorry if I don't seem overly shocked. It's just that I've seen decapitated babies, shredded limbs, mangled and charred bodies, and much worse in Gaza for 23 months. As I've said previously, witnessing the most graphic and horrific war crimes imaginable in Palestine constantly, 24/7, via our phones, revealed the true violence of our country to the American public in a way that I don't think it ever had been before. I think people are finally able to see exactly how violent and hypocritical the U.S. empire is and how cavalier people in power are about that hypocrisy. And this is, of course, why the government wants to ban cell phones and social media, by the way, but that's a topic for another day. As a social scientist on Twitter put it, quote, "Political violence is never acceptable, says a fascist country dominated by political state violence at every level against every oppressed group, both within the country and around the world." Another Muslim woman tweeted, quote, "Political violence is being condemned across the U.S. after Charlie Kirk's death. Where is that outrage when 100+ Palestinians are being killed with American weapons every single day?" And this is the entire point, right? Thanks in large part to the internet and social media, people can quite literally see the hypocrisy of these people in power. All their mealy-mouthed statements do is reveal who's lying.
The other thing too, if you are looking for a foolproof indication, sorry, let me start all over. If you are looking for like just an ironclad proof that the power in this country is dominated by the right, then look no further than Charlie Kirk's assassination and the response to it. From the media to cultural institutions to, I mean, it's even global. It is even global. And if you think that this would at all happen to somebody who is the equivalent to Charlie, but on the left, you are wrong. The response that we have seen, the way that institutional power is being used to silence anybody who is critical, anybody who has any criticism whatsoever for the rhetoric that Charlie Kirk was responsible for, The right has a lot of power, and we are seeing just how much they have come to dominate essentially every aspect of our society. Seriously. If you didn't understand that before, I hope you understand now by seeing everything from like sports stadiums to politicians to media professionals to like celebrities to just everywhere.
Lives matter to them and whose lives don't. Dozens of Palestinian children shot in the neck are never mourned. Students shot in the neck by school shooters are not mourned. But a right-wing political commentator who defended those people's deaths is treated as a national hero. This hypocrisy was also on display after a millionaire for-profit insurance CEO, Brian Thompson, was murdered, allegedly by Luigi Mangione. We saw how people in power responded to Thompson's murder compared to other brutal murders and the brutal, murderous nature of our for-profit insurance system. It's abundantly clear now to everyone, in large part due to free and open internet access, which is why we have to fight for a free and open internet, that when pundits and politicians and people in power claim to oppose political violence, what they actually mean is that they simply oppose violence that threatens them and their power. The daily political violence that millions of Americans have to endure through incarceration, our for-profit insurance system, neglect, deportation, police brutality, and on and on and on, doesn't count. Our lives don't count. Every hand-wringing op-ed about civility and democracy is just running cover for a relentlessly violent system. You can really see exactly how insulated people in power and the elite media are from this daily violence in moments like this. For example, shortly after Kirk's shooting, CNN pundit Abby Phillips tweeted, quote, "The degree to which the algorithm on this platform is pushing video of the shooting is incredibly disturbing. There has to be some human that can turn the dial down in a situation like this." I thought this post was so revealing because I think so many people, myself included, looked at her like, where have you been? You think this video of Charlie Kirk getting shot is gruesome? Have you not been witnessing the same live stream genocide across every single social media app that we have for the past 2 years? But the truth is that they haven't. People in power remain comfortable in their elite bubbles, completely shielded from the material harm of the violent policies that they support. And I think this is why so many people feel schadenfreude about Charlie Kirk's death. He dedicated his life to upholding violent systems and advocated for incredibly violent policies that have resulted in people's deaths. And Kirk...
Here, I have to play you this clip. Okay, this is Abigail called into LBC. She fucking gets it.
Charlie Kirk himself, said that empathy was a new age word. And he said that mass shootings were acceptable if it meant he could have his Second Amendment after Sandy Hook and all that happened. Maybe this guy shouldn't have said it quite the way he said it. But I've had enough because the person you just said, oh, he was just a family value man. This family value man said that gay people are an error, transgender people are mental. So, apparently free speech is only okay if you're on the right. Apparently if you're on the left, you're not allowed free speech. You've got to be some sort of upstanding citizen. Well, I've had enough of this hypocrisy.
Is it not true though that Charlie Kirk's manner of expressing his thoughts and feelings was?
Also, he was polite but a racist, yeah. So we're talking about white replacement theory that black people, black women in particular, were not clever. But it's all right as long as you do it politely, yeah. So I tell you what, then let's all be. This is how middle class people get, like Farage and all that, get into power. So what? Because they can do it politely? Is that how it works? Because I've had enough of it. We've got Tommy Robinson March right now doing all their thing, but that's okay. That's freedom of speech. That's freedom of speech, yeah? Mm-hmm. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. Do you know what, Vanessa? I've had enough.
Oh, because he was polite, yeah? Oh, because he said it politely? I've had enough. Oh, okay, so it's okay to say racist things as long as you do so with a nice manner? Can I have the link to this? Yes, of course. But that's so true, right? It's like, bro, this is a privilege that is only given to people like Charlie Kirk. People like Charlie Kirk, where it's They get the, oh, but they were respectable. He wore a suit and a tie. Well, it doesn't matter if you're wearing a suit and a tie or if you like are naked in the streets. If you are screaming on and on really hateful things, that is not respectable. It doesn't matter if you are dressed nicely. It's what's coming out of your mouth. It doesn't matter the tone you are using. It's what you are saying. It's what you are saying. Like, enough is enough. That is ridiculous. That is what we call optics. That is what we call the like appearance of being reasonable, just because you've convinced people because you sound reasonable saying it. If I am saying something that is incredibly racist, that is very, very hateful, if I am advocating for something that is, to the detriment of other people, it doesn't matter how I'm saying it. Maybe I'm screaming it naked, or maybe I'm wearing a fancy outfit and I'm using a very respectable sounding tone. It doesn't matter. I'm saying the exact same thing. Yeah, he's got a tie on. I trust him. Yeah, that's a nice looking young man. I have to find this tweet that I, on Ezra Klein, because I think this really also summed up exactly my thoughts on Ezra Klein. Let me see if I can find it. Hate is still hate. It doesn't matter if you have a smile on your face when you're saying it. Okay. Oh, shit. I just found it, but... Well, maybe not. I don't know. There's just too many... There's too many things on the internet. Okay, whatever. I'll keep playing this.
Led a legion of millions of supporters who still support this violence. Before his body was even cold, far-right figures were calling for a war on trans people. These are the same people who spend all day online.
Yes, people who either are genuinely inspired by Charlie or who are just opportunistic and using Charlie's murder are like giving calls to action that are violent. It's just more violence.
Mocking vulnerable people's deaths and celebrating the killing of George Floyd, or immunocompromised people dying, or the death of a trans girl who jumped off a bridge. Elon Musk posted to his 225 million followers, quote, "The left is the party of murder." Right-wing activist Laura Loomer, who's been openly celebrating the slaughter of Palestinian children for months, called on Trump to, quote, "shut down, defund, and prosecute every single leftist organization," adding that, quote, "the left is a national security threat." Loomer said that, quote, "more people will be murdered if the left isn't crushed with the power of the state." Trump blamed the shooting on, quote, "radical left political violence" in an Oval Office address. Sean Davis, the CEO and co-founder of The Federalist, posted on X, quote, "I hope that Trump also orders the extermination of the entire anarcho-terrorist network that has been terrorizing Christians in this nation unabated for more than a decade." As someone who's actually against violence, all of this is terrifying. As many have pointed out, the whole "this shooting is going to be used as a pretense to strip us all of our rights" thing rings a little hollow when the government is already stripping all of us of our rights on a pretty much daily basis. They don't need Charlie Kirk's death to continually brutally oppress and murder minorities in state-sanctioned violence. But it's disturbing how liberals are already manufacturing consent for this to happen. Several high-profile liberal influencers and media figures are already whitewashing Kirk's legacy and policy positions, framing him as an innocent father who, while they might have had some disagreements with, was fundamentally a good man. This sort of rhetoric is so corrosive. As my friend Matt Bernstein said, quote, "Charlie Kirk's death can't be separated from the very systems he devoted his career to promoting. What we need to do is dismantle those systems, and we can't do that when people in power still refuse to acknowledge them." The very ongoing COVID pandemic, the genocide in Gaza, and pretty much all the events over the past few years have revealed just how many people's lives are truly viewed as expendable.
Did you see Elon's going after Hassan?
We see people in the highest positions of power in this country pushing the idea that poor, disabled, unhoused, immunocompromised, and trans people are better off dead.
But Elon has like personal one-sided beef with Hassan.
He pushed the idea that the unrelenting murder of Palestinians fighting back against their own illegal occupation is somehow acceptable. That the lives of thousands of literal babies in Gaza are totally expendable. People are witnessing all of this and responding by saying, okay, if killing innocent people is deemed acceptable by the state, then why can't we kill the people actually doing harm? As I said in my Someone Needs to Do It video, I don't actually think most of us want to live in a country where political violence is the norm. I don't think most people want to feel like the only way they can fight back against oppression is through extrajudicial killings. That's a really dangerous system for everyone involved. But we need to stop treating the deaths of powerful people as this unique horror. And we need to start treating the daily killing of poor and marginalized people as the very urgent crisis that it is. This means demanding accountability from leaders who support these violent systems. Political violence is not something that we're sliding towards. It's something that we live with as Americans every single day. It's baked into our horrible, violent, hyper-capitalist system. We need to force people in power and the mainstream media to acknowledge that reality if we ever want change. Thanks for watching, and if you like my work, please support me on Patreon. It probably won't surprise you.
Here's a piece that I felt was almost a sense of relief in like so much of what was being written around Charlie Kirk's legacy was making me feel crazy, like almost gaslighting. And then The Nation dropped this piece written by Elizabeth Spears. And I went, okay, great. Yeah, finally an article that gets it right. Charlie Kirk's legacy deserves no mourning. The white Christian nationalist provocateur wasn't a promoter of civil discourse. He preached hate, bigotry, and division. The Nation outflanked Jacobin. I gotta be honest, kind of been seeing that a lot lately. Charles James Kirk, 31, died on Wednesday from a gunshot to the neck at a Utah Valley University campus event just as he was trying to deflect a question about mass shootings by suggesting they were largely a function of gang violence. He died with a net worth of $12 million, which he made by espousing horrific and bigoted views in the name of advancing Christian nationalism. The foundation of his empire was the group that he co-founded and led, Turning Point USA, which is a key youth recruitment arm of the MAGA movement. Kirk was able to launch Turning Point at the age of 18 because he received money from Tea Party member Bill Montgomery, right-wing donor Foster Feiss, and his own father, also a prolific right-wing donor. He was an unrepentant racist, transphobe, homophobe, and misogynist who often wrapped his bigotry in Bible verses because there was no other way to pretend that it was morally correct. He had children, as do many vile people. It's rude of me to say all of this because we live in a culture where manners are often valued more than truth. That is why a slew of pundits and politicians have raced to portray Kirk's activities, which harmed many vulnerable people, in a positive light, and to give him the benefit of the doubt that he did not grant to anyone who wasn't white, Christian, straight, and male. California Governor Gavin Newsom framed Kirk's project as a healthy democratic exercise. The best way to honor Charlie's memory is to continue his work, to engage with each other across ideology through spirited discourse. In a democracy, ideas are tested through words and good faith debate. This downwardly defines both discourse and good faith. There is no requirement to take part in this whitewashing campaign, and refusing to join in doesn't make anyone a bad person. It's a choice to write an obituary that begins, Joseph Goebbels was a gifted marketer and loving father to 6 children. And you know the other thing too, by saying like what Kirk was engaged in was a healthy democratic exercise. Oh, thank you, my love. This continues to normalize the current environment that we are residing in. This should not be considered normal. Our current, like, how are we ever going to actually fight for progress when we consider the things that Charlie Kirk said and the way that he said them to be all fine and dandy? It's not fine and dandy. And we can never really fight for change in this country and in this world when we are acting like the way that Charlie and other people like him, the way that they engaged in politics was anything but something to, you know, something that we don't want to keep normalizing. Oh, here we go. Hell yeah, brother. Crazy you Kamala lovers are so against deportation and people who don't care about trans pronouns, but y'all celebrate the death of a man who spoke. Seen some of y'all compare him to terrorists when the man literally spoke. When the man literally spoke what? When the man literally spoke what? You're not continuing. You're saying, seen some of y'all compare him to terrorists when the man literally spoke. You just keep saying he's a man who spoke. What did he speak on? What was it that he said? You know, for some reason, all of y'all who are refusing to acknowledge that the things Charlie Kirk said were very hateful, you're not like you're refusing to like quote his own words. Why? Why? Also, you're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot who cannot make the difference between somebody like celebrating, throwing a crab rave, being like, woohoo, I love violence, and others who are like, hey, this violence, I am fucking tired of it. I am so sick of it. I want it to, we don't want more of this. We want less of it. And yet we are pointing out that Charlie Kirk engaged in violent rhetoric, that everything he stood for, that he advocated for, that he used his influence for was violence. He's just saying words. He just spoke. Oh, Ram, thank you for the tier 1. But like, you guys, why does that keep happening? Why does that keep happening that all of these Kirk fans who are going around defending his honor, they aren't like saying the things that he said. He was very proud about the things he said. He stood on them. So why won't you? Charlie Kirk just spoke. He just opened his mouth and he said words, and they were just words. He was just speaking. Anyway, let me continue on with this piece. Yeah, but we're just simply speaking as well. Yeah, I'm just speaking. I'm just spoken. So why are you so upset? I'm just spoken. These are just words and I'm spoken. If you're a fan of his and you feel uncomfortable about those quotes, maybe it's time for some reflection. Yeah, I would say so. Did you talk about Hassan's appearance on Slate Podcast? I gotta be so for real. I cannot keep up with Hassan's appearances. He asked me when I was at the wedding, he's like, did you read my piece? I'm like, brother, what piece? Bro, I cannot, like, at this point, it's not the piece. And then I was like, oh, wait, because I was talking to him on the phone the night before we left for the wedding. Will and I were talking to him, and he was stressed out because he was trying to write the opinion piece for the Times. And I was like, oh, well, I've got the headline for you. I've got the headline for you. Charlie Kirk was practicing politics the right way. Oh, oops, sorry. Ezra Klein already used that one. Yeah, and I was trying to guide him through the opinion piece, and I was like, I think you should just copy paste whatever, what Ezra Klein wrote. But anyway, so then he went, did you read it? And I realized that my mom, because my mom is always sending me stuff, and it's always New York Times articles, and I will be honest, I do not read all of them. My mother is the biggest New York Times, we know, #1 New York Times commenter. She has like special status because she's always in the comments. And it turns out she did end up sending me the piece that Hassan wrote in the New York Times. So I said to him, I was like, oh, actually, I think my mom sent me it. And he goes, well, what did she think? And I said, you got Mama Kwan's stamp of approval, New York Times stamp of approval. Oh, she's in the trenches. Yes. Yes, indeed. He literally said today that he can't keep up with them. Yeah, we were all trying to get out of Dodge to get to the wedding. And he's like, yeah, I have 15 interviews and I have to write 6 articles. I'm like, okay. Good luck. Good luck, because we all know the last person you want to deal with is a pissed off Marat. So if you are not present and excited and on time to the wedding activities, well, then you shouldn't be afraid of all these crazies out here who want to see you dead. You should be more afraid of your brother. If you haven't seen this, we actually just watched that. Yeah, it's spot on. It's you know what? Every single one of you, if you have parents who are like, I don't know, doing all this bullshit, you should send that to them. Okay, so let me keep reading Elizabeth Spears' piece. There is no requirement to take part in this whitewashing campaign, and refusing to join in doesn't make anyone a bad person. Many of the yeah, Hassan and Will told us about how they had to help drunk Marat. Yeah, he was poor sweet baby Marat. Many of the facile defenses of Kirk and his legacy are predicated on the idea that it is acceptable to spread hateful ideas advocating for the persecution of perceived enemies as long as you dress them up in a posture of debate. This is just class privilege. The man who smeared black women like Ketanji Brown Jackson and Michelle Obama, whom he claimed had benefited from affirmative action, saying you do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously, said it while wearing a nice shirt and a tie on a podcast instead of tattered overalls in the parking lot of a rural Walmart. This does not make it any less racist. It's true that we cannot know what was in Charlie Kirk's heart because we are not telepathic. But we can make reasonable inferences based on the things he said and did publicly because we are also not colossally stupid. He built a large following and acquired real political power saying these things to young people, to the president and his minions, to deep pocket right-wing donors, and there are far too many people who have been ready to suggest that he was able to do this through a combination of natural charisma and good old-fashioned hard work. Speaking about and addressing the late Texas Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, who is black, he said, "It's very obvious to us that you are not smart enough to be able to get it on your own. I could not make it on my own, so I needed to take opportunities from someone more deserving." Well, Kirk was smart enough to ask his father for a check when he wanted to found Turning Point, and had always been happy to curtail opportunities for more deserving people when they failed to conform to his own ideology. It's this that makes it particularly galling to see him cast by some as a free speech warrior. He created a professor watch list explicitly designed to get academics fired who dared talk about the right's usual assortment of verboten topics, anything to do with race or gender in particular. He also offered the standard right-wing plaint about left-wing indoctrination in American universities, even as he went on campus tours trying to indoctrinate young people into his hard-right Christian nationalist worldview. When we decline to speak ill of the dead, it's because we have compassion for the living. In this respect, I am sorry for Kirk's children. I don't know if he was a good father, but if he was, that does little to mitigate the damage he did to other people's children. I can only hope for the sake of his kids that they have role models who will teach them that it is wrong to profit off the dehumanization of people because of who they are. When asked about mass shootings, he said, I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment. Perhaps Kirk did not believe that his own life would be cut short by gun violence, but like the rest of us, he has witnessed countless school shootings. When he said some gun deaths are acceptable, he surely knew he lived in a country where the deaths he deemed acceptable included those of children, some of whom were the age of his own. There is no inherent virtue in caring about your own children. That is the bare minimum requirement for effective parenting. Virtue lies in caring about the safety and well-being of children that you don't know. On that front, I'm fairly sure Kirk did not care about my child. My child lives in Brooklyn in a progressive family. His mother works and does not have a marriage where she's considered inferior to her husband or required to obey him, as Kirk arrogantly told Taylor Swift she should do after learning of her engagement. Reject feminism, he said. You're not in charge. We also live in a Haitian immigrant neighborhood, and if you only listen to Charlie Kirk, you might be under the impression that my neighbor eats pets. You would also be encouraged to believe that simply by virtue of being non-white immigrants, they were replacing white people, and that since they are also black, they are dangerous. Happening all the time in urban America, he said. Prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people, and that's a fact. I do not believe anyone should be murdered because of their views, but that is because I don't believe people should be murdered generally, regardless of who they are or what they've done. I am against the death penalty, pro-gun control, and believe that war is a failure of humanity, not a necessary byproduct of it. Kirk was fine with murder as long as the right people were dying. Some of the people valorizing Kirk insist that all of his toxicity was acceptable because at least he was open to debate. A bar so low you'd have to dig into the Mariana Trench to get to it. And he certainly paid lip service to it. We record all of it so that we put it on the internet so people can see these ideas collide, he said of his own streaming operation. I'm sorry, Jubilee is not fucking debate, all right? Jubilee and this type of like owning the libs debate purgatory is not debate. It is not. Debating kids at their school, it is not debate. Change my mind is not debate. Jubilee to The Hague. Yeah. When people stop talking, that's when you get violence. That's when civil war happens because you start to think the other side is so evil and they lose their humanity. But Kirk's actions undercut that notion every day. His entire business was saying the other side was evil and dehumanizing them. The debates were simply performances, and he could not have an entertaining public fight without opposition. Turning Point did not work to bring people together. It worked to bring about a country where anyone who wasn't a white Christian nationalist wasn't welcome. I won't celebrate his death, but I am not obligated to celebrate his life either. And that is the crux of it. So any of you dumb fucks who come in here and you are you're robots, okay? You're brain broken little robots. And you're like, oh, look at you celebrating. Look at you celebrating. Let me sum this up by saying I won't celebrate his death because I do not advocate for political violence. I do not advocate for lone wolf acts of violence as any way of like changing these oppressive systems. To fix the problems, to fix our societal issues, the solution is not somebody whose politics I think are abhorrent, who advocates for terrible things like being murdered. No, of course not. But I will not celebrate his life. Austin Show! Showers raid? Showers raid. Oh, everybody, can you do this? Can you do this? Austin Show raid. Austin Shower. Oh, yes, because your last name is Show. So that makes sense. It's a shower raid. Showers, not growers. Oh, I see. Okay, showers, not growers. Showers, not growers. Well, hi everyone. Hi. I'm already, it's already 11:30. Wowie, would you look at that? Wait, Austin, why are you live? Wait, I've been so locked in tonight. Austin, it is late. What's going on? Are you just a streamer at all hours now? Night streams are cozy. I mean, listen, I'm a night streamer. I get it. Night streams are cozy. I know. I'm just surprised because I know Austin's schedule and it's very not what mine or Will's is. So it's surprising to see him not only up this late, but also live streaming. He's getting his hours to sweep the streamer awards. Wow. Yeah. No, look, Austin is going for the hardest working streamer award. He is. King Tom, thank you for the 15 months. So, anywho, y'all, we've just been talking. First I covered the Emmys. And now I am talking about how I will not be gaslit. I will not be gaslit into believing that Charlie Kirk was a person who I should like celebrate who he was. I will not celebrate his death. I will not. But I also, as Elizabeth Spears wrote in this piece in The Nation, I will not celebrate his life either. Everything that he stood for, what he advocated for, what he used his platform for, was to cause harm to people in this country that are already suffering, that are very vulnerable. So no, I do not support that. I will never support that. I will never support anybody who advocates for those things. But it doesn't mean that I want to see them die this way. And yet it doesn't even matter if I say that, because at this point, anything less than reverence for someone who was a like ultra nationalist, white supremacist, fascist, somebody who was a fascist, for me, not like celebrating their being a fascist, then now, you know what? Come for my job. Okay. Call my employer who is me. Call my employer who is me. However, I do want to remind you guys, that they are cracking down online. Okay. If you think to yourself, posts that I make in Discord or any of these other platforms that you're using, oh, well, they have to get a warrant. I'm sorry. Do you have a warrant for that? It doesn't matter. Okay. They are like going into your Discord messages. So just a reminder, keep it cute. Keep it in the DMs. You know what? It is not something where you have to like publicly be talking about how great Charlie Kirk was, but also I will caution you against Fed posting, okay? Did I say DMs? I meant group chat. But also, I don't know. This is a piece that Ken Klippenstein wrote. Charlie Kirk assassination sparked social media crackdown. 5 hours after Charlie Kirk was shot this week, an Atlanta man got a phone call from an Illinois police officer asking about a photo he shared with a couple of close friends on a private Discord chat. They're coming for Discord, y'all. The Atlanta man who asked not to be identified says the post was merely a confirmation that he had purchased the same t-shirt that the accused killer wore. Kash Patel is so incompetent, and he is scrambling, I think, right now to keep his job, that he's about to just go out and like have 50,000 leads. He's going to be like, anybody, if you're even, if you had the same sunglasses, if you had the same name, if your name is Tyler, watch out. Okay. You're probably a lead now. The police officer told him he was following up on an active FBI investigation of Kirk's assassination and warned that due to the political climate, posting such a photo was ill-advised. The Atlanta man was confused and disturbed, he told me, and the police learned so quickly of his purchase and also knew of his private Discord post. Discord has made clear that there's no evidence that the alleged shooter used its platform to plan or communicate anything about the attack. Despite this, pundits and politicians across the political spectrum this weekend created an orgy of fear-mongering about Discord and other social media platforms, as well as the internet in general. Yesterday, Utah Governor Spencer Cox called the internet a cancer. Today, he added that cancer probably isn't a strong enough word, likening social media to the equivalent of fentanyl and destroying young minds and taking lives. Yeah, y'all know how there was no radicalization before the internet, that the internet is what created radicalization. No, this is all part of the moral panic that the right has been engaging in around the internet because they want to suppress information from young people. They essentially want to control all social media platforms. They want to control the internet so that the only information that people get is information that serves the purposes for the right. It is like when they wanted to ban TikTok under the guise of like protecting user privacy data. No, they don't. If they cared about our privacy, if they cared about our data, they would pass some fucking federal privacy laws. But they're not doing that because they don't care about it. It's about controlling information. So when they once again are bringing up, "Ooh, the internet, this is it's like fentanyl, it's destroying young people," it's because they want to control it. Social media has become a punching bag in the wake of violent incidents like these, but Governor Cox's condemnation of social media does not somehow apply to his ongoing use of accounts on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. He means bad social media like Discord. In other words, he wants people to see social media in national security terms, a battle between that which is innocent and that which is dangerous. Plainly, between sanctioned and unsanctioned speech. On Friday, FBI Director Kash Patel, I just poopied my pants Patel, gave a sense of the massive scale of the national security machine's response. Last night, we had a total of approximately 7,000 leads. As of this morning, thanks to your great work, we have over 11,000 leads that were called into the FBI, and we are running out every single lead we can. Do you know how many fucking leads that is? To give you a perspective on it, this is the most tips received by the FBI since the Boston Marathon bombing. Yeah. Patel is in effect saying that anything, even just the purchase of a t-shirt, is a lead. It makes sense that investigators might be interested in discovering an accomplice or a conspiracy. But when an investigation jumps from Utah to Illinois to Atlanta, it also makes sense to ask the authorities what exactly they are investigating. Social media companies are generally forbidden by law from divulging users' private communications to the government without a traditional legal process, example, court order. But there's an exception. So this is why we're not exaggerating when we say do not Fed post. Mods in my Discord, in Hassan's Discord, in whoever's Discord you may be in where people are talking about these things, the mods are implementing rules for your own safety. They are there to make sure that you do not end on one of these fucking lists, that you are not getting a call from the FBI being like, "Hey, I saw this joke that you made in your Discord messages, and now we are considering you complicit. We are investigating you." Yes, I got banned from Hassan's chat. I appreciate the mods for doing it. Yes, please listen to the mods. They are also taking their cues from the streamer, so it's not like mods are going rogue. These are conversations that mods are having with their streamers in ensuring that people are safe, okay? And making sure that people are staying safe out there. Okay, so there's an exception. In perceived emergencies, social media platforms can proactively and voluntarily hand over private messages in response to what's called an emergency disclosure request. Discord, I am told, did not respond to any EDR here, but when I asked them directly if they provided law enforcement with information to traditional legal process, they declined to respond on record. I'm in the UK. I posted about it on Facebook because of how major the event was. A bunch of people in the comments trying to remind me of things he'd said and done, including some random girl saying she didn't understand the sympathy for someone that didn't believe queer people should have rights. TBH, when I'm openly queer, I wasn't giving sympathy. Okay, that is funny because it seems to be the exact opposite here in the United States, where people are posting like, I didn't like Charlie Kirk. I'm not celebrating his death, but also he was a horrible person. And I'm not going to like pretend otherwise. And then you have everyone in the comments being like, you're evil. You are advocating for violence. You practically pulled the trigger yourself. So very funny to read that message and be like, well, that is certainly not the case for everything that I have seen. Yeah, like we post his own quotes and we're told that we're evil. And it's like, this is what Charlie said, bro. I don't know. Maybe actually you and I aren't so different here if the things Charlie said are abhorrent to you to the point that you don't want those things being posted. So why were you a fan of Charlie Kirk then? People are getting fired for quoting Charlie's own words. Do we understand how cuckoo that is? What we are living in, I'm not gonna lie, y'all. We're living in some pretty bad times. I don't know how to put a good spin on it. We are living in truly such an absurd reality that no satire comes close. There's like no satire that can outdo the reality that we are currently living in. Okay, anyway, back to Discord. As the Atlanta man recounted to me, on the afternoon of September 11th, he purchased the shirt off eBay from a seller based in Naperville, Illinois, before posting his ironic find in a private Discord chat with several close friends of his. On the following evening, a day after the alleged suspect Tyler Robinson was apprehended, he received 3 calls from the police. He explains that he's with the Naperville Police Department on behalf of an ongoing FBI investigation, the Atlanta man told me. That I committed no crimes and I'm not in trouble, but he needs to know why I sent a picture of the terrorist, which I had to correct him on. The police officer did not seem to realize that the Atlanta man hadn't posted a photo of the shooter, just another t-shirt with the same design. Ain't no way he was, look, not all white men, okay? Not all white men wearing this t-shirt. But the cop did know he'd sent the image to the private chat. Given that the call came from the same city as the eBay seller, it wasn't clear how the police had access to his private Discord chat. The FBI or the intelligence community evidently is monitoring Discord private messaging, even from people who have broken no law. All right? Please take this to heart. All right, please understand whether it is about this or whatever else, we are living in a time where the FBI may come knocking on your door because you share a meme in a private Discord chat or because you have, I don't know, whatever it is, okay? I'm one of the few that hopes my job tries to terminate my contract. You're like, please try and fire me. Please fire me. Please, I beg. We've come to the shocking discovery that most people wear mass manufactured clothing. Yes. Yeah, you better post harder, chatter. You should post a Discord message that's like, I hope the FBI doesn't read this at all. I'm just kidding, actually, because that will definitely end you up on this list here and is going to be even more than you just getting fired from work. Though unfamiliar and thus scary to types like Governor Cox, Discord is an extremely popular American chat app with over 200 million users. Far from the niche cesspool of radicalism that it's been portrayed as, The app is basically just WhatsApp for gamers, a group that once may have been a subculture, but is completely mainstream today. What? No, gamers are the most oppressed group ever. No way. What its users may not know is that Discord responds to about 2 emergency disclosure requests daily from law enforcement when it has a good faith belief that an emergency involving an imminent risk of death or serious bodily injury requires disclosure of information without delay. I'm sorry, but I really believe that there is crazier shit being posted on Facebook than there is on Discord. Like your average 65-year-old on Facebook is probably posting much more insane shit than the people on Discord. As Discord told Congress, it responds to emergency requests in under an hour on average. One Discord employee says the process is even getting faster. In such cases, Discord does not notify users that its communications have been handed over. The man in Atlanta only knew about the authorities having access to his Discord communications because the cop who called him let it slip. Okay, that is wild. That is wild that the cop who called this guy accidentally let it slip that the authorities are accessing Discord communications. In the days and weeks ahead, we will see plenty of statements like Cox's, and we will see plenty of pundits and politicians demanding that something be done about social media, that we need to watch it more closely, that we need to collect more, that we need to pressure bad companies and users. But it appears that more is already being done behind the veil of secrecy. Yeah, it's very stupid, but also very serious times. Very, very serious times that we are living in here. So I know it's easy to laugh and be like, haha, look at these idiots. But also must be taken seriously. Time to stop using Discord altogether. They've proven they're fully willing to cooperate with the cops and feds. I mean, I got to keep it a buck. I think that's going to be just about any platform here. So, especially, here's what I will say. Collaborate with the cops and the feds when it concerns pressures from the right. That's what it will be. So I think if you're like, I'm not using Discord, you're going to be hard pressed to find other popular social media sites. What do you think about Ludwig's opinion on Charlie? I'm going to keep it so real. And this is no disrespect to Ludwig. I don't care. Ludwig is whatever, like what his opinion on Charlie is. I have not seen his opinion. I have not been sitting here going, oh my God, I wonder what Ludwig has to say about Charlie Kirk. I honestly would say that about everyone though. If you were like, what do you think about other streamers' opinion on Charlie Kirk? I'd go, or do they mean moist? Anyway, here's the other thing too. There's too many takes. There's too many opinions. There's too many like who said this, who said that. I just cannot keep up with it all. I can't keep up with it all. So I have not really been sitting here like, oh, what is so and so going to say? Because there's just too much out there that I can't even, I can't even sort through all the stuff that I have seen. Someone said, what about Ja Rule? Now I do care about Ja Rule's opinion on Charlie Kirk. I do care about Ja Rule's opinion on Charlie Kirk. Yep. I don't know. I think I'm really much more concerned when it pertains to Charlie Kirk, what people who are in power, what our institutions are saying and doing. That is very it's very concerning. It's very concerning to see the media and to see just all of these institutions seemingly surrendering to conservative influencers, you know? What does Ja Rule have to say on this? But what does Ja Rule have to say? WWJS. What would Ja Rule say? What would Ja Rule say? I know you're talking about serious stuff, but just wondering if you liked playing Borderlands 4 and if you'd play it on stream. I did. I was tired and I don't feel like I fully was grasping the game like I would if I played some more. So I would be interested in I would be down to play some more some other time. Hey, I just got in here. Have you all been talking about Charlie Kirk or just started? Because I feel like everyone's really talking about him. I can't believe how much influence he had. I didn't know many people knew him. We did talk about him. I mean, I think I think the way I'm approaching it is trying to stress that you do not need to whitewash, and nor should you, the things that Charlie Kirk said and the way that he used his influence. And that is not the same thing as celebrating a very violent act. Also, the way that the right is engaging in cancel culture to go after people who are not are not posting things that are worshiping Charlie Kirk. Because here's the thing, the way free speech works, it is within your right to go, yeah, I didn't like that person. Yeah, I'm not gonna, you will not catch me shedding any tears over somebody who was a threat to my existence. And the free speech warriors are defending their free speech, their fallen free speech warrior, by going after free speech of people that they don't like. But anyway, I can't believe how much influence he had. Like yes, he was very influential. I'm also concerned though, because a lot of people are, because of the whitewashing that is happening, I think a lot of people's impression now of Charlie, or their understanding of Charlie, is very is very different from what he actually stood for. Like normies who are learning about Charlie Kirk, well, if they are only seeing him presented in this way of like a husband and a father, he was just a guy who spoke. He was just a guy who would go around college campuses and debate college kids. Like that was it. Sure, he was a conservative, but whatever. His influence has been, now I will say who he was. He definitely had a lot of followers and definitely was like a right-wing conservative influencer star. He was very close to Donald Trump, but his influence has been exaggerated. And the response to Charlie Kirk's assassination that is global, from the moments of silence attempted at the EU Parliament session to just it's crazy. It's crazy because he was not a politician. He never ran for political office. And he also was not, he was prominent, but not that prominent to be eliciting this kind of response. He spoke words just like everybody else. Yeah, I'm just like, what is this level of pomp and circumstance that we have never seen for anyone else? Truly, have you seen this for another politician of, of the modern era, for like celebrities, for anybody? Hi, Bubba's. Are you done? Are you tired of Mama streaming? Tired of mommy streaming? Oh, come! Oh, you want to say hi? Yeah, no one gives a shit about kids. No. I don't know. It's a charade that is baffling to me. Charlie Kirk's death has been so there's been such a charade about it that it overdid 9/11. JD Vance canceled his 9/11 plans so that he could pretend to carry Charlie Kirk's casket. I think that's part of the issue. Liberal media and politicians are pandering, partly because they know nothing about him and he was so close to Trump as if influence is being exaggerated. I think that's too generous. Sure, maybe some of them didn't know anything about him, but I am hard-pressed to believe that, like, overall liberal media and politicians did not know about Charlie Kirk. I think that more so it's indicative of the hollowness of liberalism. I think that it is liberals who are showing that at the end of the day, their so-called political enemies, like people who they are proclaimed to be fighting against because the things that they stand for, liberals stand in opposition towards, that it's just games. That it actually is, it's actually that, like, as long as you say the nice things, as long as you say things and look respectable, give the appearance of respectability, then you don't need anything of substance. I don't know. And Rubio tried to slip a bill passed that was an attempt to take people's passports away for criticizing Israel. In other words, you don't like genocide, you're trapped in America. And it also feels like the criminalizing of pro-Palestine, of Palestine protests and of free speech. It feels like that was laying the groundwork for where we're at now, which is that if you say anything that is in opposition to the increasingly right-wing country that we live in, then you're going to prison. You're getting fired. You're going to face the consequences for.
Nazi. Wow, there's some pretty extreme rhetoric on both sides. I think everyone should have what they need. I'm literally a fucking Nazi. Wow, there's some pretty extreme rhetoric on both sides.
Yeah, and I think, you know what? One, Faxel Bob, thank you for the 2 months. One prominent example of how liberals don't give a shit about this is the fact that they are just sitting back as the right lies and lies and lies through their teeth, trying to connect trans identity, woke, violent trans ideology to this violence, to violence that they are architects of. So that is a sign too that liberals, because they are not pushing back against the constant lying, against the like very blatant lies, is that they don't really view the right and the rhetoric of the right as a genuine threat, as like something that actually needs to be dismantled, that needs to be pushed back against rather than advanced forward if we have any fucking hope of making things better for people. I just saw the live stream fail post on Hassan. I would advise against that. We are losing the plot, especially trying to cancel Hassan. I would advise, if I can give you a word of advice, do not waste your time on LSF. Do not waste your time, especially reading LSF posts. Like, yeah, LSF is, the word LSF is banned in this chat because we do not fuck with LSF. We do not fuck with LSF. It is trash. I'm sorry. I can't even like allow all of your comments because there's too many. Here, there you go. There you go. LSF is horrible. So anyway, there's my bit of advice is don't waste your time in that hellhole. Oh, wait, I'm confused because I saw him getting into a fight with someone sticking up for Palestine like he was... Wait, what? Who? I don't know. Sorry. My entire timeline is the Pitt versus Severance drama and mostly Severance fans talking about how unfair and robbed they were, and I don't even follow either topics. I mean, honestly, the Pitt versus Severance drama, I wish that were... I wish that were the world that we could just live in. You know, I wish that the thing that was taking up our time and consuming our energy was the Pitt versus Severance, was like what shows didn't win at the Emmys. I wish that my timeline just looked like that because I don't know. Kurt called for the release of David DePape, the man who broke into the home of former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and attacked her husband with a hammer. Oh, you mean how a lot of people on the right, including Donald Trump Jr., mocked Paul Pelosi almost being killed? If some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area wants to be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. Yeah, I mean, look, you can point out the hypocrisy, and I do think it's important to point out because we can't allow it to be normalized. We cannot allow like conservatives to just keep dominating these narratives. We can't let them control like what is allowed and what is not allowed. They don't care about being hypocrites. They don't, and that sucks. Like you can't. It's hard to. It's. Oh, are you crying? Why are you crying? It's hard to try and reason with people who it is in their vested interest to not be reasonable. They do not care. They have no shame. They have no shame. They are shameless. I know. The hypocrisy is endless. The double standards is endless. You can't rationalize with irrationality. I understand. I know. But still, I will not allow them to be so shameless in this way to like just batter people down, you know, into submission because we're so exhausted by it, because there's like because it will just break you. It will just drive you insane. But this is their goal. Like the goal is the total control of information, of the narrative, of like, we get to decide what speech is allowed. We get to decide what violence is. We get to decide all of these things. Didn't Kirk start a collection to support Paul Pelosi attackers legal bill? There's like, you know what's crazy to me is like, okay, come here. I'm almost done. Here, you want to get in the chair? Come here. Come here. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. There you go. Okay, you hang out. You hang out, okay? Mama will finish soon. Okay. You guys, he came into my stream room to cry about the attention that he's not getting. He's like, I don't give a shit about Charlie Kirk. This is about me, mother. Mother. Why aren't we talking about me? Why am I not getting attention? So true. So true, my little tater tot. Like, who cares about everything else? Oh, I have not gone through the... Wait, I want to go through the photos and all the art for his birthday. That's a cute way to... That's a cute way to, like, do something nice and sweet here. Anyway, what was I saying? I don't know. I'll have more things to say. What advice would you give me as a U.S. citizen who doesn't look American? Do I just carry my U.S. passport with me at all times, or am I being paranoid? U.S. citizen who doesn't look American, you should know your rights. That's definitely important. You do not need to carry your passport at all times, because if somebody comes up to you and is like, "Hey, you don't look American, so I'm going to kidnap you." You have rights. They show up to your house. You're like, do you have a fucking warrant? Also, yeah, it's never really a good idea to carry your passport around everywhere, because you can lose it, because it can be stolen. Just have ID. Okay. I want to look at Farley art. Bombshell Wall Street Journal investigation finds Tyler Robinson once had trans Uber driver. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I wish I could just laugh at the ridiculousness of the right trying so hard to blame this violence on trans people, but unfortunately it's I don't know. I mean, it works. It works. No, I know it's The Onion. I know I do know that. Yeah. Y'all, you know what? I tweeted this earlier and I stand by it. It's like too hard to do satire. There is no satire. I mean, this was in response to a deranged clip of some Israeli guy singing Somewhere Over the Rainbow. At the 50 states, one Israel delegation in Israel, where U.S. Democrat and Republican lawmakers are.
These birds fly over the rainbow.
Yeah, and I was like, there's just no satire that can overplay the absurd, deranged reality we live in. Unfortunately, that Onion headline, like, it just, this is what, this is the reality. Like, it is not at all exaggerating. It's not at all. Unfortunately, this is like just how this is how fucked things currently are. But you know what's not fucked? Hold on a second. Let me find it. Okay, I have to go to mod chat. Okay. Let me see. Where is the link? If you scroll up in mod chat, I've linked with the fur babies. Okay. Thank you. Okay. How do I pop this out? Let's see. Oh, Oh, they're so cute. Okay, wait. How do I do is it possible to pop out like just this channel in Discord You know what I mean? Like I want to not show my whole Discord. I just want to screenshot. I guess I can go. Oh, I guess I can open it in the browser like this. I can just open each one. Wake Wilder, thank you for the raid. I'll just do it like this. Thank you, Wake. I hope you had a good stream, me love. I hope you're all doing well. We're about to look at pictures of Farley because it was his birthday, and so I asked people to submit Farley stuff. And I was like, I want to look at Farley stuff. This is one of my favorite videos when we were at Hassan's house for Kaya's birthday, and Farley was screaming. He was literally screaming. Help. He said, help, mother. Help, mother. Please rescue me from this hell. Oh, so many cute pictures of everybody's babies. Everyone's babies. Okay, wait. Hold on. There's so many good ones. Me, when I tried to make a heart around Farley. BR, thank you for the gifted sub. I love all... These are so... It's so funny what you guys like... what you guys love to screenshot of Farley. Oh, there's so many. His little teeth. Farley, that's you. Do you see? Here, let me put my mic up a little bit. You see? Yeah, we're looking at pictures. Snooty little photos of you. Because it was your birthday. Oh, it's so snoot. This is when I taught you to play video games. You didn't like it. Oh, this is one of my faves. When he tried to grab Sloth. When he tried to grab Sloth and bring it through the door and it got a little stuck. Oh my God, Beach, you have you have contributed many of the Farley screenshots. I'm looking at the Discord. Oh, he's just the cutest. Look at how cute you are. Look at how freaking cute you are. That's you. Farley is so over this. He's like, I don't give a fuck. Mother! Mother, please! There, look at all these pictures of his underbite. Oh my God, this is the most like dog obsessive shit ever. Being like, let me just look at pictures of my dog. Oh, there's so many, so silly. So silly. This is when you were a tiny little leprechaun. Do you remember when you were a tiny little leprechaun? Remember, you're Irish. Your mother is Irish, Farley. Never forget where you come from. Oh, more puppies, spam. Oh, these are so cute. Okay, Farley, when he's got crazy hair, looks like a completely different dog. That's when your dad really likes your hair being long, and so he refuses to let me take you to get a haircut. And then you look like that. Okay, let me keep going. This is so cute. I love this. Bug Snatched. Love this so much. Happy birthday to little Mr. Man. Happy birthday, Foley. Okay, this one. This one with me wearing the coat. This looks like the type of painting that would be in the ancestral home, where they're like, who was that? And there's like lightning and thunder crashing. It's gothic horror vibes. It's like this giant portrait over the fireplace. It's also giving Cruella de Vil vibes. So beautiful. I also love this. Mars Black did this. So cute. I need a wall on in my stream room that's just going to be Farley dedicated art. Also, Farley, yeah, y'all are so talented. I am always impressed by the talent. Not just in this community, but a lot of communities. I'm just always impressed by the artistic talent. This was you as a baby. You see? This is you as a baby. You're so cute. You were so cute. You're still so cute. Look at them little eyes. This was the first night we brought you home. 6 years ago when we brought you home. You're just a little small bean. You're just a little tiny, tiny nugget. Unfortunately, not my pick, but perfect for this community. Is that a cat watching Shrek 2? Is that a reflection of Shrek 2 in the cat's eye? Allah. All right, we'll just look at a couple more. I know I'm being being annoying dog mother, but I just can't help it. Farley, this is when well, you know what? This is when I made little hats out of tinfoil and I put them on our heads together. Would you like to do that again? Your mother is what they refer to as a conspiracy theorist, a Kwanspiracy theorist. Okay. All right, great. He has not moved for 10 minutes. I know. Oh, this was one of my... Oh, this was so funny. This was when we were in Austin. So freaking cute. He's so over it. I can't tell if he's falling asleep. Is he ever impressed? No. He really is winning the I do not give a fuck war. Yeah, no, he's waiting for me. He wants to go hang out. He's like, give me love. Oh. He doesn't do this often. Sky, thank you for the 3 months gifted. He doesn't do this often, but sometimes he walks up and he starts crying and he's like, please, mother. Please, I'm so abused. Please. I just need your attention. Where is Will? I don't know. Will, I don't even think Will's live. I'm like, why are you not with your father? I don't know. All right. I'm going to go. I am going to. Speaking of cuties, did you see Alveus' new ambassador? Noli? Oh, hey, girl! Noli is French for tiptoes. What up, queen? What up? Stompy has a girlfriend. She is too much for Stompy to handle. She is too much. Okay. Anyway, all right. Would you like some attention, little boy? Would you like your mother's attention? I know. I'm sleepy anyway. Oh, and I have to do something with Nico right now. I didn't realize it was midnight. All right, y'all. I think that's gonna be it for me. Tomorrow. Well, apparently Rust starts this week. I have to decide if I'm playing Rust. I gotta decide if I'm playing Rust. Otherwise, I do want to add gaming back into the menu because I don't know if Cobblemon is still a thing. I don't know. Sam texted me, was like, can you please at least go see how I updated your room? So maybe one last Cobblemon tomorrow. I'm not sure. I honestly don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. All right, I'm gonna send you to Spooky John Choi. What is that? What's that goofy guy doing? His stream title is Cobblemon is back? Question mark, question mark. I'm like, have you ever even left? Have you ever even left, Cobblemon? All right, y'all. I'll be back tomorrow. I will be back tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for us all commiserating together. Thank you for us all like losing our minds, but also I think keeping some of our sanity by realizing that we get it. We're I feel as if collectively together we can keep ourselves from completely losing our minds by recognizing that there are still normal, sane people out there. Okay? So we hang on to our sanity by going, isn't this crazy? Isn't this all crazy? If we lose our minds together, it does not count. That's true. We are not alone in these crazy times. We surely are not. All right, you say night-night. Say night-night. Tell everybody thank you for the pictures. Thank you for the artwork. Thank you for not forgetting my birthday, September 11th. I will see you all tomorrow. Mwah. Good night. And until the next one.